is this? Oh, now it's working. Okay. All right, everyone. Hope you're feeling recharged and ready for more. Before we jump back in, let's make some connections. This is your chance to step outside your comfort zone and meet someone new today. Maybe it's a potential client, a future business partner, or just someone with an idea that sparks something in you. Exchange those business cards, make those introductions, and who knows, the best connection you make today could change everything for you tomorrow. So we're going to take about 10 minutes to go ahead and do that, exchange business cards, make connections with each other, and then in about 10 minutes, I'll be back up here and we'll get started with our next speaker. Thank you so much, everybody. I did this before, right? Make sure this is on. All right, it's on. All right, everyone. Hope you're feeling recharged and ready for some more. Before we jump back in, let's make some connections, everybody. This is your chance to step outside your comfort zone and meet someone new today. Maybe it's a potential client, a future business partner, or someone with an idea that sparks something inside you. Exchange those business cards, make those introductions, and who knows, the best connection you make today could change everything for you tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody, and we'll be regrouping in about 10 minutes at 1:40 for our next speaker. Thank you all. Why did you do that twice? Thank you. Testing, testing. All right. Some fantastic energy out there in the crowd there with all of you. Keep those conversations going throughout the day. Make those connections while you can. Now let's get back into something with a powerful keynote on a critical thinking, something every leader, innovator, and decision maker needs more of. We're surrounded by information more than at any point in human history, but in a world of endless data, what really matters isn't just what we know, but how we think. In this keynote, Nurturing Critical Thinking Strategies to Rebuild and Enhance Skill Sets, David Hirschfeld, a transformational performance-driven executive with proven success, CEO and co-founder of Fiducio, and our bronze sponsor, will explore why the ability to analyze, question, and make strategic decisions is more valuable than ever. How do we filter through noise? How do we challenge assumptions and avoid blind spots in decision making? Let's welcome David to the stage so we can get those answers from him. Here comes David. Take it away.
I will. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be here, and also I know that the post-lunch quiet time is something that can happen, so we're going to make this a journey that we're going to go on together. Keep everybody energized. As was stated, I'm David Hirschfeld. I'm the CEO of Fiducio. We are a firm that offers consulting expertise at a fractional cost, C-level and teams in a variety of areas and a variety of industries. So this journey today is going to involve a little bit of discussion around critical thinking and what it is, why it is a challenge for us today to continue a trajectory that actually started centuries ago, and a couple of examples and some stories that are true stories, as well as some ideas and some tips on how to address it today in the workplace. So let's start the journey. In December of 2019, several members of our team received a study. We had subscribed to an organization called the Society of Information Management, and every year they do a survey at the end of the year for IT executives. And in that survey, they ask a series of questions, and really the point of it is to understand what's most important to IT executives, what kind of challenges are they facing and the issues. And when we received the study in December of 2019, it opened our eyes in a way that we didn't anticipate. It was absolutely shocking. What happened was this data that you see here, and we'll talk about it a little bit, for the very first time, critical thinking went from nowhere to the #1 most important, they called it a soft skill. I would argue it's not necessarily a soft skill, and also the most difficult to find skill. So it was not even on the radar then, and then you can see from 2019 to 2022, and it continues today, it's a significant gap. We barely knew what it was. So that was we knew what we'd heard of it. We certainly knew that it was something that was getting a little bit of attention. We did a little more digging. And one of the things that was important to understand was, what is it? So this definition of critical thinking is really an aggregation of a number of different definitions, and the University of Louisville did a nice job, I believe, of pulling it together. The key words here to keep in mind are the center of the paragraph: conceptualizing, applying, analyzing, synthesizing, and then gathering information from and generated by observation, experience, reflection, reasoning, and communications. That all guides you to a place of belief and action. And so it really encompasses a lot. So we're going to do a little exercise. And I want you to take a look at this photo. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. We're going to do our best to answer some of these questions. But you can see on the right here, these are questions that are very simple, but they are the beginnings of asking critical thinking questions. So let's take a couple of them. What does somebody think is going on in this photo? Somebody want to blurt out? What do you see? Anyone? Yep, that's right, space. Anything else you see in here? I'm sorry? Teamwork, good. Anything else? Yes, that's right. Well, and this is one of those instances where if you really pay close attention to the photo, you can tell where the light is hitting. Look at where the light is hitting. This is an orbital outpost, by the way, and there are satellite images of satellites behind it. And what do you think these relationships are between the items in this photo? Anyone want to take a guess at what's happening here? Yeah, it says, look, could be a Starlink thing, sure. What else? How about, do you see that they're holding some tools? So a couple of the, looks like they're trying to do something, either repairing something or maintaining something. Clues is suggesting the time of day. I mentioned the light, where the light is. If you were trained as in a space program, you would know immediately what time of day it was. What could have happened before or after this moment? A really important question in critical thinking. You could surmise anything. You could think, are they repairing something that's broken? Are they just doing maintenance? Was there an accident? Are their lives in danger? What else could you find about this photo that would help you? And then really an important question that people often do not ask, which is what could go wrong? So congrats, you just experienced and exercised in critical thinking. It's a very simple exercise, and yet it does capture some of the most important points about what is it that we actually have to do when we think critically. So we're going to talk a little bit about the problem. Is there anyone in here who is under the age of 30? Okay, I don't want you to feel bad about this slide. It's not your fault at all. In fact, part of the reason why people under the age of 30 have struggled with this is because there were changes in our educational system and in the methodologies in teaching that did not give as much emphasis on critical thinking as it should have. Now, all is not lost. It's a skill you can learn, and we're going to talk about some of the ways that you can help build that skill in your organizations or even for yourselves. And in fact, people who are under the age of 30 have an opportunity to do more with critical thinking in the future than anyone who came before. So there's some really good reasons to be optimistic. Some of the skills that are missing are very important to talk about in a little bit of detail. The researching and evaluating of data isn't just getting data and looking at it. It's really understanding what the relationships are between the data and evaluating it for its relevance, its accuracy, its importance, etc. And open-mindedness is something that people don't often equate with critical thinking. But let me give you an example. Sometimes, and I'm guilty of this, I'm sure we all are, people will jump to a snap judgment about something because they've either had an experience with it or they have some preconceived notion about the way something should be. That is not open-mindedness, nor is understanding alternative points of view that may be uncomfortable. For example, if I am afraid of heights, I might not want to spend a whole lot of time thinking about what it's like to be in a spacesuit, sitting, thousands of miles above Earth. And I might have some biases that might not allow me to think critically or as critically as someone else who isn't afraid. Problem solving, another critical piece. Effective judgment, not reaching snap conclusions, just to automatically think, suspending judgment for as long as you can until you get to the right answer. And then reflection, what am I thinking? What are other people thinking? What are their perspectives? And how do I communicate those perspectives appropriately and make sound decisions that involve understanding the problem, analyzing the situation, and not leaving any stone unturned? So you can see it's pretty complex. And when we first saw this, it became obvious in 3 areas, and this precedes 2019. That's just a symptom. That survey that you saw earlier was just identifying that the issue had finally made its way into the IT world, and it was becoming an issue for IT leaders. And by the way, everyone else. It's a societal problem. In academia, we started to see it within the context of teaching and how hard it was for people to make the leap from college to the workplace, where companies began to think, well, I've got problems where people can't solve these problems. In business, it created issues which we'll talk about relative to innovation, understanding how to look at difficult problems, some of which can't be solved easily, and it really requires a lot of collaboration, collaborative critical thinking. And then there was a Pew Research study that came out a few years ago that showed very definitively that this was a problem that cut across all industries, all demographics, and all cultures. So it's not something that's confined to any specific group or person. The impact's huge. Reduced innovation. Productivity can be lowered because people are not understanding the problem. They miss opportunities. They lose focus. They get off on some tangent and aren't understanding what needs to happen in a particular situation. And this can result in poor decisions, and there can be communications challenges, miscommunications, even conflict can arise from what happens here. And this affects all organizations, nonprofits as well as for-profits. So, enough talk about the problem. We've admired it for long enough. What do we do about it? We're going to start with kind of an overview and then dive into some details. So the first thing you can do is create a continuous learning culture. Well, what do I mean by that? That means to focus on training and education. You can actually teach people, and I'll show you some examples in a minute, that to think this way, to think differently, to understand what are the right questions to ask and how should I and my colleagues be looking at a particular problem together. You can up your recruiting game. There are all kinds of interesting ways to do that. We'll talk about a few in a minute. And then if you have teams that need help or individuals that need help that you have when it comes to critical thinking, you can get inside help and you can get outside help. Identify the critical thinkers in your organization and pair them up. And you can get help from the outside as well. So when you talk about creating a continuous learning culture, critical inquiry comes with mentorship and open exchange of ideas, sometimes hard to hear conflicting points of views. You can do case interviews, and you can have questions in your interviewing that are situational judgment questions that go back to some of the questions that you saw relative to the space photo. As I mentioned, you can blend your teams with fractional staff that reinforce learning by doing. One of the fastest ways to learn when you pair someone up in your organization with who maybe isn't as strong a critical thinker with someone who is they see and watch. This goes back to when we were very little infants and kids. We learned from our parents, we learned from our siblings, we learned from a lot of different places. We're wired for that. And then create something called challenge sessions, where you give your team an opportunity or individuals an opportunity to challenge, to talk about a topic, and you challenge them to come up with what are the areas we need to look at here. So you can analyze real problems, and it's really great to do it when there's no obvious solution. You can make critical thinking part of each day. One really neat kind of approach that we've seen a few times and have done is to start a meeting with a 5-minute what-if scenario. Ask the question, here's the situation, what if this happened? What if that happened? And start to talk about the alternatives that you might not uncover immediately. You can do something called post-action reviews. These are not just the outcomes. We've all seen debriefs, and people even used to call them post-mortems and all that kind of stuff. That's fine, but that's focused on outcomes. That's not necessarily focused on decision making. So if you focus on decision making when you have these post-project or post-action reviews, what you're asking are questions like, did we make the right decision? Did we make the right decisions when we needed to make the decisions? And if we made the wrong decisions, did we learn from those decisions? Those are really important questions to get people to think about how to think critically. This third one is really tough, especially today. It's hard for us to listen to people who we disagree with, and they might be fundamental disagreements. And creating a respectful culture, in our case, in our company, our number one value is mutual respect. We listen to people who disagree, but we absolutely demand that they do it respectfully, and we reward them when they challenge those assumptions constructively. You can also create cross-functional problem-solving teams for complex issues. We've seen this work very well where people from different cultures, this is where diversity is huge, right? Because you have different beliefs, different cultures, different understandings, different training. And as I said earlier, when you put a critical thinker who's really good with someone who hasn't quite gotten that yet, it's amazing how they learn. So everybody asks me this question. Can AI do this? Is artificial intelligence, are we just on a path where we might as well just say, yeah, it's okay, critical thinking is no big deal, AI will take care of it? The answer is no. And if you actually ask ChatGPT or any of the other environments whether or not critical thinking can be done by AI, that it will tell you no. It can supplement critical thinking. It can help you analyze. So if you get to a place where there's a problem and you're not sure what questions to ask, it can help you with that. But you still don't have all the pieces together that you need to think critically. And I'll show you a real-life example in a moment where the human touch is still needed. I'm going to go back, though, to one thing that I wanted to reflect on for the space photo. So you saw in that space photo, the example was fairly complex. There were lots of satellites. There were all kinds of things going on in that photo. But it's not always the case that it's a complex situation that requires a complex answer, even with critical thinking. So in 1969, when the moon landing happened, Buzz Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, excuse me, and Mr. Armstrong were the two people who walked on the moon. And when they got down the lunar module, one of them inadvertently hit a switch that was a circuit breaker, and they didn't realize it at the time. So they walked around on the moon, then they came back, and they noticed that the switch was broken. What they also noticed was it was the switch that actually lighted the ignition to set the whole module back up into space. And they would have no way of getting off the moon if they didn't figure out how to solve it. So this is where critical thinking happened. They thought about all the alternatives, what could happen, what could happen if they didn't make it, what were the things they could do in the meantime. And the way they solved it was Buzz Aldrin had a pen that he used for a checklist, and he stuck the pen in between the circuit, and that's how they got off the moon. So it's not always an obvious or deep solution, but the critical thinking that accompanied that situation allowed that actual mission to succeed. This is another true story. This is a client. This is a client of ours. And the reason this is important is because it emphasizes what AI cannot do. So in this particular case, there was a ransomware attack. It was a $2 million attack, meaning that the individuals who had essentially breached this particular company's environment were demanding $2 million in ransom to basically turn everything back over. And AI could not solve these questions here. Do we pay? So someone demands $2 million, do you pay? Beyond the money, what's at stake? And what should we strengthen? Is it the people? Is there a people problem? Is there a process problem? Is there a technology problem? Is it all three or some combination of them? And then what's our best defense, knowing that budgets are not unlimited? You see the real timeline here. It was pretty awful. 72 hours of chaos is how we referred to it. The malware activated. In hour one, the systems were locked and operations halted, and then it took about another 5 hours to get to hour 6 before a crisis team was assembled. After 24 hours, it was clear that hard choices were needed, and they were really difficult choices. And by 72 hours, those choices and decisions had been made, and now you start asking yourself, is this the right path of recovery, or are we going to regret doing this? The key points here are that AI can detect threats, but it can't make the complex risk-reward decisions that the human brain can make, and to protect the organization. And critical thinking was really the strongest defense in this case, because it took a team of people, both inside the company and our group, to help this client recover from what was a really awful attack. Any questions? Yes. 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 Yeah. Right. So I would start with taking a couple of exercises like I described. Let me go back here, and I would suggest that you do some of this. So first thing is, if you can start some meetings with a 5-minute what if, just ask, to take a problem, take a situation, and it could be something that's already happened or something that's about to happen, and give a little time to that. You could even make it more than 5 minutes. What you'll notice is who are the people who are participating in that conversation and who are the ones who are not. The ones who are not, maybe for different reasons, but if you do it over and over again, you will fairly accurately identify who needs a little shoring up and critical thinking. So the first step is to understand what you have. You know, what's the breakdown? And then the next step is to begin pairing them up with people, whether it's inside the organization or outside the organization. That's the fastest way to get them to help. Now, it may not work out quite the way you want it, where you have people who, they don't make sense to have them on the same project team, but it's still worthwhile to do that because you get a different view. So for example, you could take someone who's involved in data and analytics and pair them up with somebody who's in product development or in engineering. And they may not know everything about each other's responsibilities on a given project, but I guarantee you that they will identify things that need to be thought about. So that's one place to start. And then just keep doing check-ins. You talk about it openly. There's no reason, there's nothing to hide here. We know it's a problem, so we need to talk about it. What else? Other questions? Well, if you have any other questions, you can come to our table, which is over in the exhibit hall. You can see we have 3 blue robin eggs on the big banner behind our table, so it's easy to see. And we're happy to talk more about this. We know it's a huge issue, and people don't really discuss it a lot, but it has implications for almost everything we do. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for such a visionary keynote. Let's venture into digital transformation every enterprise talks about. But how many actually get it right? Some soar, some struggle, and some, well, let's just say they learn the hard way. So what sets successful transformations apart? That's what the panelists will talk about in this next session. Notes from successful enterprise digital transformation initiatives. Let's get ready to welcome our moderator, Patty Zapparoli, owner and fractional COO of MyOpsBox, and our panelists to the stage. I will let her take it away.
All right, welcome everybody. My name is Patty Zapparoli, and welcome to Notes from Successful Enterprise Digital Transformation Initiatives. So I'm going to do some introductions first. We'll quickly define digital transformation for large and small organizations. So welcome panelists. I'll go first. So my name is Patty Zapparoli. I am the founder and a fractional COO with MyOpsBox. And MyOpsBox is a pre-built team ready to join yours. So from one virtual assistant to a full ops team, including call center, all under the leadership of a fractional COO. I am also a fractional senior director of strategic operations and digital transformation with CFO Leadership Council. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Sounds good. All right. I'm Crystal B. Clark, and I'm a data management professional with nearly 2 decades of experience delivering high-profile data solutions for, yes, Fortune 500 and 100 companies successfully. That's really important. Successful. I like to attribute my success really to essentially bridging the gap between technical expertise and personal growth. You wouldn't think those two would really matter, but they truly do align. So much so that I founded my company, Moving with Meaning LLC, to give back to all of the leaders and professionals out there looking to leave that kind of legacy beyond. So when we talk about that, what did I do with Moving with Meaning? Well, I became a published author. I am now a leadership and emotional resilience coach. I also professionally speak. I write courses, facilitate them, and perform workshops. If that is not all, I host my own TV show and podcast with the same name. So I'm pretty passionate about it. Thank you.
My name is Juan Chavez Jr. I am a multi-cloud solution architect. I am also the CTO and founder of Dexterous Technology. We are a software development firm. We have clients. We have government clients, small to medium to enterprise businesses. We specialize in moving clients, a lot of times from legacy to cloud, really taking advantage of all the technology that's available, AI, data-driven decisions. We are a AWS partner, a Microsoft partner, Twilio partner, Segment partner, which helps us facilitate those relationships. So we are very familiar with the growth pains of a digital transformation.
Excellent. All right, so what we're going to do is just kind of define digital transformation, which is the strategic adoption of technology. We want to improve business processes, customer service, experiences, drive innovation. Integrating digital tools, processes, mindsets, of course, into an organization's core function. So there are differences, and I know this panel is about enterprise. I'm going to represent the small business side of things, because even though we don't have huge amounts of data like enterprise or huge, amounts of people, we still go through the same type of transformations, just at a smaller scale. So enterprise level, you're modernizing legacy systems, integrating emerging technologies such as AI. Automation, cloud computing, right? Enhancing operational efficiency, data-driven decision-making. Improving customer satisfaction and engagement, enabling cross-functional collaboration, managing cultural change, aligning digital initiatives. And small business and startups, on the other hand, they're focused on automating repetitive tasks, leveraging digital marketing, e-commerce, CRM programs, cloud-based solutions, streamlining workflows, collaboration tools, and building a digital-first mindset. So regardless of size, digital transformation isn't just about technology, it's about rethinking how business operates to stay competitive, adaptable, and future-ready. So first question, this is going to be for Juan. What are the biggest challenges enterprise face in scaling digital transformation initiatives? So are we talking culture, talent, legacy systems? How can they effectively overcome the resistance?
It's a great question. So I would say whenever you're going to a digital transformation, all of those things play a part. Legacy systems, culture, learning. But the biggest thing I think that people maybe get off on the wrong start is we've talked a lot about the word digital, which is technology and all the AI stuff and cloud computing that's important. But we forget the word transformation. Transformation is to change how you do things, to get out of your comfort zone and really reevaluate how you do your internal processes, how you communicate with each other, how you communicate with your clients, and taking your client's point of view into consideration. Transformation is hard, it's difficult, it's painful. The cliche thing about a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, that was probably very hard on the caterpillar. But he had to go through that transformation to become this butterfly, beautiful thing, and now be able to do things that a caterpillar could never do. So I think the first thing is to really acknowledge that it's a transformation and it's going to be difficult. We're going to deal with legacy systems. We're going to deal with budget concerns. We're going to deal with lack of skills. But the most important thing that we have to address is the culture and the mindset. Because although digital transformation has some technology in it, It's really about the people. That's really digital transformation really comes down to. There's no one size fits all. Every transformation is personal to that company and to their employees and their customers and so forth. So I think the most important thing to do is really to, one, define the vision, engage your employees to be part of that conversation. I know we're going to talk about AI, and it's a scary word in that sense, but the most important thing about a digital transformation is to involve the people early, show them the vision, really kind of engage them into how this could better their lives, the lives of their customers, their processes, and so forth. Because if you don't have that shift in mindset, then the technology, it doesn't really matter. The budget's not going to matter. I always tell people when we have, discovery meetings, tell me the issues without mentioning technology. Like, don't tell me the server's down, or I don't want to. Don't mention any technology. Let's just focus on the process and the people. Because technology should adapt to your business, not the other way around. And so today, we live in an amazing time in which technology is accessible, flexible, leverageable. You really can adapt it to your company and your people. And I think that's the first step to scaling digital transformation.
No, I agree because, every company has people. And people are the ones that do the processes, that use the AI, that use the technology. So this is a great segue into another question for Crystal. So why is culture and change management a significant contributor to program success and adoption?
Well, I like what you said. That was awesome. I was just enthralled. And really that's because, and I would have these sessions, you call them discovery, I call them empathy sessions, because I want to ask them, what do you see it? What does it look like to you? What does it mean to you? When we look at change management and that shift into the culture, we need what is called a champion network. And who better to be a champion than one of the people? So you will notice someone who is looking to reach new heights, looking for a new opportunity, and that's the individual that you grasp onto. Not the one who's the most knowledgeable of all the system and has the most tenure, the one who's the most excited, because they're there to learn everything you can teach them about data literacy. That is probably one of the largest, I would think, drawbacks or reflections that I've heard from any end user would be, I don't want to learn anything new. I took so long to learn this. What am I going to do? And I would tell them, so you're either going to learn it here or you're going to have to learn it at another company. Why not come here where your input actually matters, right? Where you can actually be a part of the solution. And I always come back to, you do guys realize, and I have to teach IT this whenever I go into any kind of program and I'm in a leadership solutioning meeting and I'm talking to high VP, C-suites, all of them, and I said, you realize you serve the people. And they said, well, of course. I said, no, you don't tell them what you're going to build for them. You don't tell them how what you're building is going to help them, right? You ask them what they need. You ask them what they want, and that is the objective. So every value proposition should meet their needs, not yours. We can do wonders, right? They think we can do magic. We can deal with a lot. They can't. So I look at it from a championing perspective, and you need to really reach into looking at that network, building that data literacy, creating a communication channel. Surveys are awesome. I didn't realize how empowering surveys were because, one, they're anonymous, and when you can't track who said it, they're going to tell you the truth. So use all those things to your advantage and really, engage the employees. That was good, man.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on how you get, like the collaboration with people, how to bring them into?
Sure. Well, the first session I've always had is empathy sessions. I always bring everyone together, and I will structure it around a particular theme. So lately my theme has been curiosity. And I'll give a personal story. I have my husband sitting over there. We were dating, and this is literally the story that I told him. I said, well, we were dating, and I took a risk, and I said, I really love this guy. And I love him so much that I think I need to tell him. So we're on the phone, and I tell him, hey, you know what? I love you. He says, okay. And I'm like, okay, that's not the response, but all right. How much? You know how much I love you? And he goes, no, how much? And I go, this much. Now, we can't see each other. And he says, I can't see. And I said, well, that's how much I love you. That was it. No response. We continued going back to whatever it was we're talking about. Two years later, or a year and a half later, we're engaged. And I'm walking around our apartment. I said, hey, you remember the time when I told you I love you? He said, yeah. I said, well, you never told me. He goes, well, I mean, I love you a lot. And I go, no, you told me how. And so he said, well, and he's not a talker. It immediately came back and he said, if it was a choice between you and I going to heaven, you would go. Okay. I don't need to ask you no more. But that's curiosity, right? And giving them that vulnerable spin to your own life and saying, if I had never asked, if I had never answered, how would I ever known? So that's what I always do with anyone, is to always create that personal and powerful connection because it builds credibility. It lets them know that you truly are there for them, and they will sing your praises. You won't have to do much else after that.
Yeah, and you know, when you do that, these employees are even more invested into the success of what they're doing. So when you bring them into it, you adopt to their needs, they've invested what they need out of it. The success is so much easier down the road. Wanda, any comment on?
I mean, I echo those sentiments. Ultimately, people lead the digital transformation. They need to feel a part of it in order to really perform that for the leaders that set that vision out, right? The vision is set by the leaders, but it is the team that's going to implement that, and the team needs to be connected to that vision. So the leader's job is really to transfer that vision, to really let them see it, to actually constantly repeat the message and the vision so that employees feel connected to it, and that's how they'll be engaged and get the best outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, from the shop floor to the top floor, right? One of my past employers, we had a lot of warehouse help, and we really wanted to digitize their pick and packing to try to get some rates and accuracies, speed, you know, and the reporting of that weekly. And once we asked them, like, what would you like to know about what you're doing out here? They gave us the information. We put together everything for them. And then, of course, you know, train them on how to use it. But they were so excited to see the results from their work, right? So instead of just going to work, I got my job done, now they actually were seeing a dashboard. Competitiveness came out. Well, I can pick faster than you, and I'm more accurate than you are. So by pulling people in that way and doing for their needs, they will really, you know, bring out the best in that new process. So, all right, let's see. Is there any questions from the audience before we, you know, move on to different questions here? No? Okay. All right. So let's see. Oh, well, we did have another panelist here, so I'm just going to fill this in on my side. So many small businesses struggle with measuring success and ROI because they don't always know what their KPIs are and what's relevant to track. So the question is, where should small business start when it comes to defining their key performance indicators, and how can they leverage technology to automate and support data-driven decision making? So normally when I get started with a new client for operational leadership, we kind of discuss you know, what are you trying to accomplish? What do you do on a day-to-day basis? And what of all of that do you think will be growth-wise? So we start with trying to develop what those KPIs are, and then kind of reverse engineer, well, what is the technology that we need to get us there? So especially for a small business, budgets are a big concern. So don't start with the tech first, start with your KPIs and then build the tech around that. Do you guys have any insight for small business?
I would think of it of training, data literacy. That can be incredibly daunting for quite a bit of individuals when they hear it. Honestly, when they hear anything with data in the front of it, it's like eye roll. I don't want any part of it. But data is so expansive, and it's so intriguing that if you are able to explain to someone how data quality management works, the meaning of data governance, data architecture, we all talk about cybersecurity all the time, but when you really engage with them on that level and speak to them in that manner where they are connected, and it's in these small focus groups, they can really not only leverage that newfound knowledge and pull in and give back to you. So I think they can even go further than what you had even anticipated with that as well. I mean, they can generate quite a bit of opportunities and ideas and features for that product. So yeah, I think data literacy is just 100% large or small programs. It's needed.
Because if they don't understand data, then the inputs could be wrong, which means our outputs are wrong, which means our decision making is wrong. So if they're invested in the beginning and understand that data and then can pick out mistakes and help you clean that up, it's brilliance in the end.
You know, I think that data plays such a big part in making better decisions, and employees understanding that, where their role in that flow and what data they own in that process is important. But I think that technology in a lot of ways is the great equalizer. It used to be that enterprises had these big databases, servers that they can do all these reports, but now small business can do it too. And the advantage that a small business has over an enterprise is, for the most part, small business can move and pivot much faster than an enterprise. So if they know the data really quick, they have quick feedback loops, you know, from a software development standpoint. If I have an MVP and I'm getting feedback every 2 or 3 weeks, I can make adjustments that fast and deliver a product that the customer wants, versus an enterprise who maybe have to go through 10 approvals. There's a big story about Amazon and how they became so good at software development. In most companies, if you have an idea and you want to do this new project, you would need to get like 10 yeses. Like this person has to say yes, this person has to say yes. But Amazon said, you just need one. Just get one yes, and you can do the project. So that changed everything. You know, Google, Amazon, they develop so much. They have all these new products that come out. Part of that is because they behave like a small business. You know, they have a pizza team, which means that a group can only be 6 people. A team can only have 6 people. It allows them to move a lot faster, to iterate. And the connection to small business is small business automatically has 6 people. That's not even a rule. That's just how it is. So they can move a lot faster, I think, if we empower them to use data, to use technology. Small businesses can really move a lot faster than enterprises.
Yeah, excellent. Let's see, question number 5 already. Any questions so far? Any comments? Yes.
Positively, because they've failed, right? So what we're doing is not working, but it's more or less you're looking to serve your people, and the folks that are in the room aren't the ones that are on the ground floor. So the response, I know that it looks and it sounds almost drastic. It's almost sounding to a point where it could be taken very disrespectfully. And I think that that's, if we look at a lot of digital programs whether they're large scale or small, they were all IT driven when they failed. Every time that they were launched, they were great products. I walked in, I was like, this is a great product. This is a Cadillac. This is the Medallion project. Why does it not work? This is that the end users don't want to use it. So if they are the ones that need to be satisfied, and their satisfaction determines whether you've succeeded on all of this that you've invested in and what you've built, you need to go to the people first. They will help lift you up and drive you to wherever you need. How we decide and strategize and pull that together, that's between us. But we need to make sure that we're serving the right individuals. But it's always been positive. I've never had a negative response to that.
And, really it's all about servant leadership, right? Because when you serve the people that you're leading, they will in turn serve you back tenfold, right? So I love the saying from Branson, like train people well enough so that they can leave, but treat them well enough so they won't. And that's true in this sense as well during digital transformation. Question number 5 is for Crystal. Agile and iterative approaches, using sprints, pilots to test, refine solutions before full-scale implementation. What considerations are needed when deciding on an agile or an iterative approach for an effective program delivery?
Yes, while you're reading that, you did see an eye roll. That was because I am a purist when it comes to approaches, project approaches, methodologies, just because there are best practices for a reason. And the moment you deviate, that's when you introduce error and pain points. And we have to immediately go back, fix them, and go back and basically do exactly what the mantra is. So when we deal with Agile is very strict to me. Even though it processes change and introduces change rapidly and responds to it rapidly, it's very strict to be able to do that. So when you start with a project, obviously with Agile, you need to have at least a development, a test, and a production environment, because at the end of your sprint, you're deploying to production. If you don't have a production environment, are you still Agile? And most people will say, oh, yeah. You're not. You've already broken one of the rules. The next rule is it's a dedicated team. How many programs do you know can afford to take people from their day-to-day jobs to be dedicated to just this? Not many people. So now you end up with a blended team. You're breaking a rule, because if something happens in the business, what do you think takes priority? Business, not you. So you end up missing sprints, and the sprints will then get longer. They'll say, okay, well, we'll do it 3 weeks. We'll do it 4 weeks. Next thing you know, it's like 5 or 6. I'm like, well, now it's no longer iterative, or it's no longer agile. We've moved into iterative. So a lot of times is we have to look at the project, the resourcing, the business needs, and then we decide on the methodology. A lot of times we're so hooked on Agile. I have seen one Agile project work, one, because it followed the rules, the ceremonies to the T. The moment we deviated, everything fell to pieces. And we had all the excuses we could come up with, but the project just kept on going out of scope. We had scope creep, timelines, everything. So for me, you need to consider your resourcing, you need to consider the availability, and you need to consider your environment. And then that will tell you if Agile will fit or iterative will work. Either one works, though. You have to fit.
You got to follow the rules.
100% of the time.
All right. Let's see. I believe we're getting close to the end here, so I want to make sure that we address the audience. Is there any challenges that you have come to that you would like to ask the panel for maybe some previous experience? Nobody. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
What are some steps that you all do when it doesn't go well? So you have a train wreck
a great question. I'll leave that up to you two with the more enterprise.
I think one of the first steps to do is to do a blameless postmortem, which means you're not really blaming anyone in that process. You're looking at the system, at the flow, and just to piggyback on Crystal in terms of agile, many people like to say we're agile. It's a trendy word. But one of the things of agile is reflection, in which, kind of to your point, is you reflect on why are we not hitting our sprints? Why did this happen? What do we need to change in the system? And it gets away from blaming somebody. Maybe they pushed wrong code to production and broke or whatever. Why was that even allowed? What were the check marks that were missed to allow that to happen? So I think the blameless postmortem is something that's helpful to, again, about the people. And if someone made a mistake, why didn't we have the safeguards to prevent that in the first place? And what can we change to do that in the future?
Yeah, you made a valid point about the blameless, right? Because as soon as you start pointing fingers, that's when things go farther south, right? So focus on the problem and fixing that, and then the process and people will fall through.
I want to add a little bit to that too. I think the biggest one is to tell the truth. I have been to so many, and I couldn't get around it, but the project manager was always trying to save face. And it's not so much about it wasn't being blameless. They just did not want to be held accountable and have to answer these questions on how we're going to get back on track. Well, the next thing you know, they're asking me, what are you going to do? I'm like, the first thing I'm going to do is go in there and tell them the truth, because I can't, I have to tell them that we need a back to green plan. And that's usually the hardest part, is that when you tell the truth, to me, it's not blameless. Because the moment you tell the truth, you own the accountability. You have to fix it. Doesn't matter that who caused it, who didn't, who did this, who didn't do that. You're the one that's going to tell the truth, and you're the one that's going to fix it, even if it's not you're the one that caused the problem. So I always look at when something does go wrong, I always create what's called a back to green plan. I do a level of effort assessment to identify what are the components that are impacted, determine the teams that will be involved, the level of effort it will be required to create that, and then we put a timeline together to dedicate a small team just to fix that, while we don't derail the rest of the other programs that are not impacted.
Yeah, and I'd kind of like to add, it's culture-based too, I think, because if you're in a toxic environment, it's going to be much harder to pick up the pieces versus something that's more supportive and understanding that we are human, so we are going to make mistakes, but how do we handle it moving forward? So I think culture would have a small piece of that too. All right, any other questions? Yes.
Since I'm talking about agile anyway. So there's this term called watergile. Have y'all heard of that? It's like a blend between waterfall and agile. So what we do is we take the best parts of agile that we like. And the best parts of agile that we do like is the ceremonies. So the daily scrums, the planning, what went well, what didn't go well, how can we improve? So we took all of the things that we liked about agile, which was the ceremonies, and we inflated it with an iterative model. So instead of 2 or 4 week sprints, we created 6-week iterative plans. And at the end of each one of those, they built on each other, so that we weren't necessarily deploying. We didn't create small deployable projects or modules to deploy to production. We just created a small MVP that added features and enhancements as we went along. And so as each release went out, we did the ceremonies for Agile. So we did, the daily stand-ups. The sprint went out. We did a demo, okay? And then we held our retrospective sessions. And every time we did that, we reevaluated the team. We sent out a survey to each one of the teams, and we said, rate us on if we are, what is it, performing, norming, storming, and performing. Did I say all of them? Storming, forming, norming. Yeah, storming, forming, norming, performing. And I'm going to tell you this. It took 4 releases for everybody to get to performing. We were storming, then we were norming, we went back to storming, and it came through, right? But it took that long to get to there. So it works for us, and we just added what we liked from Agile, and we incorporated the iterative model. It was still Silic in nature, and it still represented the same. It just wasn't as stringent.
I mean, I'm just going to add to the fact that there is no one-size-fits-all for anything. Like Crystal said, Agile is a very trendy term. I rarely see that ever implemented. But everybody wants to say they're Agile. Everyone wants to say that they're a Scrum Master, but that is rarely uncommon. So I tell people Agile, microservices, AI, those are all platforms you can kind of, frameworks that you can kind of make your own. But there's no follow these 5 steps and now you're Agile, because that's rarely the case.
I talked to somebody and I said, it's okay to have an Agile mindset. We don't have to have an Agile methodology to be Agile in our minds. And so that seemed to win them very well, right? Is that when they're thinking of it, and when you're saying Agile mindset, you're a continuous improvement mindset, right? So you don't have to be as stringent as it was when you're looking to deliver a program.
Excellent. Yes.
I mean, personally, I think you need to take a broader term and take, like Crystal said, an Agile mindset, and then apply it to have first fundamentals. And the first fundamentals of that actually is having a growth mindset and being able to learn and grow and change as it goes. A lot of it has to do with reflection. Where is your business in reference to technology and in reference to your goals? I think there's a constant feedback in that sense too, as leaders of the business, saying how can we leverage technology to get where we want to go, and how can we leverage our people to do that. And when I mentioned earlier is engaging people to be open to innovation. You know, I always tell, I also do this mentorship for a STEM program where I tell kids, now today you have access to all this technology. You can build an app right now with not even a line of code. So fail fast, fail often, and fail forward. If you have that mindset, I think you can adapt to technology. But I think it's futile to chase technology trends. I think you have to have a good idea of what your business is and how technology can help it.
Yeah, and at a small business level, your expenses can get out of hand by all these subscription type of softwares, right? A CRM and an email, and so it always boils down to what is it that your business does that this technology can help you do more efficient, and to kind of get away from just getting every type of subscription box model software there is and only utilizing 10% of each. And of course, I mean, small business, like you said, is like agile, right? They can jump back and forth pretty quickly. But one of the things that is missing a lot in small business is training. So if you're implementing a new technology, implement the training with it and continual training on those things. So when new features come out or some new integration is now available, it's much easier to get the rest of the employees on board because they've had that training.
Yeah, and I like, if I could challenge you with that, is to think of it from a capabilities perspective. If all you wanted to know about the different technologies, they're all meeting the same capabilities. It's just to what level of capacity that they can. as well as to how far, what are your specific needs? So how far do you need it to reach in those cases, okay? So, for example, there are several different master data management tools that are out there. It sounds good, but some companies, if you're on one system and they ask, okay, well, let's introduce master data management. Why? You have one system. Are you merging with somebody? Is there a third system out there? Is there something like that? So you think of it what the capability is, and then match it to your business needs, and then you can identify where you need to go. There's a lot of companies that are trying to compete with a lot of the different other companies, and so they're putting out different patches, improvements, suites to just market themselves better. And in some cases, if you ask them about the capabilities, you will realize that they're not even close to the competitors, but they're marketing themselves as much as they possibly can. So think of it capability-wise, and then challenge the vendors and those technologies to defend those capabilities. Thank you.
Excellent questions. Anybody else? Okay, so to kind of wrap up, what I wanted to do was to give the audience some real takeaways. So Juan, let's start with you. If you could pick only one, what would that one best practice be for digital transformation initiative?
So, you know, the elephant in the room in terms of digital transformation, of course, is AI. And we cannot hide from it as parents, citizens, businesses. You know, I know there's a lot of people get scared of AI a lot, and AI is either an enabler or a core driver. But just remember, AI is a co-pilot. It's a partner with you to help you. It's not here to replace you. It's here to make your job a little easier and to give you more insight, to make better decisions, and to really help you grow in other places. So AI, I think, is going to be a part of all of our lives, small business, enterprise. Just make sure that it's a co-pilot. It will always need human context in order to maximize its benefit to you.
Same question, Crystal, for you. If you could pick only one, what would one best practice be for digital transformation initiative?
I would look at change management as a priority. It should be part of your work streams when you do any project. So when you're outlining your development team, your project management team, because we all love PMOs, make sure that you have a change management work stream and create a change management plan so that you are not only communicating with the business, you're able to receive inputs from the business through a centralized cycle. And what you want is to really look at a culture that not only adapts but adopts the message that we're looking at moving forward. Obviously it's critical to every project success. Change management, critical. It is a must-have. So yeah.
Excellent. And my take is going to be on the small business side, of course, is to really develop those clear business goals and KPIs. Small business can get lost in the plethora of SAS that's out there for them. So before selecting that technology, because sometimes Excel can be good enough, right? They have clean data, they have good CSV files. We don't need Tableau or Power BI, for example. But in other businesses, they may really need that because of different ways to view data and things like that. So I would say really figure out what's it going to solve, what problem is it going to solve, how will it improve that problem or X, and then what needs to be optimized. That's it. If there's no other questions, we are done. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
All right, thank you, everybody. Good job, good job, good job. You're welcome. A huge thank you to all of our panelists for cutting through the buzzwords and sharing what digital transformation actually looks like to all of us in here. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break to do some stretches, grab some coffee if you need to use the restroom. And in about 10 minutes, we're going to regroup, and then we're going to get the next speaker up here by 3. Thank you, everybody.
up and it'll light up when it's on.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave the control in your hands.
Okay.
So I'm gonna leave the fader up. So it's hot right now.
Oh.
So if you don't want to talk or don't want to be heard, just turn it off.
Oh.
Yeah, it's on. To flip it on.
Oh, now testing. Testing. Okay.
There you go.
Oh, hello. Hello. We were talking, and I have like talking pieces, and I think these two have a demonstration of users probably going to feed off of like what they talk about, you know, because UX can kind of like fit in anywhere. So you know, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, just jump in.
Yeah.
I could rip off of whatever you guys, whatever direction you guys take. So it's.
Well, my question is, I was gonna like, at the beginning, have you guys introduce yourself and then
Yeah.
what do you think shoppable content is? 'Cause it's kind of a thing. And then the next
I didn't
one.
really know what shoppable content
I know,
was.
right?
So
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah, I had to look it up.
That's what I'm saying. I think we should talk about that a little bit, like kind of explain it from
Yeah.
our perspective. And then, engagement to purchase. So how do you get people to the content and then get them to make a purchase from the content? Um, and then the last thing was just like the future, like any trends or anything that you're seeing, like
Minority Report.
Yeah.
That's the future.
minority report. I don't know what that is, but you can
I was
explain.
kidding. Oh, that's. You never watched the movie Minority Report with Tom Cruise? Where they like scan the person's eye and then like they say,
Oh yeah, I watched
welcome.
that. Yeah.
You
I
want to
watched
buy
that.
more clothes?
That was a pretty good movie. I liked
I'll have
it.
to look it out. I'll have to check it out.
We're like every year we get closer to that reality. It's crazy.
It's amazing.
As
I
long as
didn't
it's
think-
privacy compliant.
I didn't think we were going to the Jetsons, but you know.
Well, the future for shoppable content, the only thing I know about is what Gary Vee talks about is live shopping.
The thing that I'm gonna show is about the engagement and how becoming shoppable content. So it's just like a small video.
Oh, okay. Do you have all that set up with these
Yeah, I
guys?
just sent it to her. Yeah, she's
Oh,
gonna
that's
show
awesome.
it when I tell her.
And you have a thing.
Yeah,
Are you gonna show one too?
I'm gonna actually forward it to her. But yeah, I basically I have an event company, and we use different TikTok like short form AI content.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
The video that you sent it was made on AI.
Yes.
Okay, that's nice.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
So yeah, I just have a video file that I wanted to play of just a short form content example.
Do you have it on the USB drive? That would probably be the easiest.
Did I send you an email? Would that work?
The email didn't work last time we tried to send it. I don't have a work email. If
You have a Dropbox?
I do not.
We have a thumb drive.
Yeah, he doesn't have the computer. That's the only thing.
It's like a combination of image, comics, and That's true. Who we doing over here?
This girl named Natasha, she got a shop on Valley View.
How much you charge?
150.
So is there a way that I could send it?
You can. If you can log in, I guess you can add it to the USB drive, but that's the only option if you want to log in this computer.
Yeah, I can do that.
response. Okay. Yeah, I can go after. Makes sense. Oh wow. I didn't realize our presentations. I'm gonna take a photo of this real quick.
Hello.
All right, we'll wait to see if some more come in, and then we'll start up in about a couple minutes. All right, I want to make sure we get started on time here, but I'm going to go into the next topic and then call up the speakers in just a few moments. So, 75% of customers say they prefer watching videos about products over reading about them. And brands that use interactive content see conversion rates nearly twice as high as those that don't. The message is clear. Engagement is no longer the end goal, the conversation is. But how do brands turn passive viewers into active buyers? How do you create content that doesn't just entertain, but actually sells? In this panel, interactive and shoppable content, turning engagement into conversations. Our experts will break down the latest strategies from live shopping to AI-driven personalization and reveal what's actually working in today's digital landscape. Give them a second to make sure they're all mic'd up over there. Oops. You guys all have a good break. Get some coffee, get some stretches in. That's good. Good to go. All right. All right. So let's welcome our moderator, Krista Moon, founder of Ascend Business Growth, and our panelists as they take into the future of content-driven commerce. Whenever you all are ready, come on up to the stage.
Hello, everybody. We only have a few people in here. Probably don't need a microphone, but that's okay. Well, welcome. Glad to have you into our panel today, where we're going to be talking about interactive and shoppable content. My name is Krista Moon. I am the owner of a sales and marketing agency called Ascend Business Growth. We're a HubSpot Gold partner, which, if you were listening to the last panel, I heard a little bit, but they were talking a lot about technology and capabilities. And so, yes, I help companies use HubSpot to reach all of their sales and marketing goals. But so today, we signed up for this because we're all into helping our content perform better. That's 100%, I can say for sure. And what we're going to do, we're going to start off, we're going to have everybody introduce themselves, and I would like you to share from your perspective what you feel shoppable content is, because I don't know that that's a super popular term at this time, but it's definitely becoming more and more popular. So let's start with Karna, and she's going to introduce herself and share what she thinks about shoppable content.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Karna Richardson. Like she said, my background is pretty much in UX design, and I'm also a professor, which I teach in information technology. And so, I'm back and forth mentoring students, and, and I have a couple of mentees that I mentor on the job as a UX design manager. And so today, I didn't know anything about the topic until I actually looked it up. So I was like, oh, well, let me put it in ChatGPT and see what comes up for shoppable content. And so what I learned was that it's basically about you just kind of like click on, you're looking at a video, and right in the video, you can click on a particular button or something like that, and you can purchase something right then and there. So that's what, I kind of like got my gist of it, but.
Hello. All right. Hey, I'm Anthony Cacciapoli, principal and founder of Cacciapoli Consulting Group. My background is actually in advertising technology, data, and identity. What shopping or shoppable content means to me, or at least into our industry, is basically anything that can get a more valuable, value exchange from your consumer while also benefiting. So if you look at a lot of even news publications, for instance, you'll see a lot more e-com being put on their site just so they can actually get more revenue or more revenue streams. And in that sense, basically shoppable content is how do I get the user to engage with my content in a more meaningful way that not only gets them coming back, but also leads to more money. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Leonardo Barcelli. I'm owner of Young and Hungry, a digital marketing agency. I have a master's in digital marketing and performance. So everything we do in my agency is pretty much engagement to try to make a conversion. All the clients we do, we work with the e-commerce and try to engage and make their brand grow on the digital space. So basically, for us, engagement and turning to conversion is everything we do on social media, Pinterest, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, X, everything there. We try to make an engagement for people, for clients to go to the website or even buy something or turn into a lead. So that's pretty much what we do, and that's what I think it is.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nathaniel Halford. I'm actually a founder of two different companies. One is an event company here in Las Vegas, and the other is a recruiting company that does automation and recruiting. You can think of it as just a three-step process to getting a job. The first step is upload your resume. The second step is fill out a few questions. The third step is you just keep iterating on your interview process over and over and over again until you get a job. And basically, the way that works is it's utilizing artificial intelligence to figure out what you're actually saying within that call that's actually screwing you up. And then it's looking at all your different facial movements, it's looking at your inclination of your voice, and it's also just figuring you out and retraining. So, and as far as the other company goes, that is a new concept here in Vegas. It's called, I like to call it immersive wedding events. So what it is, it's an event that you can get married within that has a storyline. You're actually getting kind of married into a movie set. So it's pretty much kind of magical once you get in. So we're working on two different events right now. The first one is called Beauty and the Fright. And what it is, it's a werewolf story, Love Gone Wrong. And the other one is basically, it's kind of like Cinderella, but Cinderella meets time traveler. So it's like a time traveling princess that has to get married before the portal opens and takes her. Yeah.
Can you do this with people's actual wedding? But it's, there are people that are getting married, and you're making their wedding into these stories.
Yeah, so we choose different common themes. Like the first common theme is like Cinderella, fantasy. And what we do is we build all the cinematography, everything with AI, and then we pretty much sell tickets. We work with the big production companies, and then they make it. So we come up with the story, design it, do all the artwork, do all the cinematography, actually cinematic short clips. And then a production company comes in that does films, and then they actually produce it. So when you get on set, you're actually entering in a movie. So, yeah, we're just getting ready to launch two different events this year. And the reason why you'd like to get married in this format is basically because it brings thrill back. For example, the Beauty and the Fright, that's pretty much about her ex is a werewolf, and he turned himself into a werewolf to be with her, but then she's like, I don't want to be with you. And then basically, it's kind of like you get into the story, and then once you're into the story, you can really have a different type of event because you can utilize that event to get married in, or you can just really like the story. I mean, how many people have gone to like Harry Potter, you really like the story, so you go to an event. So it's the same concept.
Let's go. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Hervi. I am the CEO and co-founder of a marketing agency based in Dubai, Middle East. And it looks into, we've got clients in hospitality and the F&B industry. We also look into marketing for retail, tech, and other brands as well. I think the topic today is something that we deal with on an extensive basis, considering that from marketing point of view, we've got to reach out to people, but until unless it doesn't end up converting, we keep getting the questions, what is marketing doing at the end of the day, right? So it's an integral part of what we do, and I think we can move forward.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing. So let's go ahead. Let's talk about some examples of what does shoppable content mean, because you know, we're all out here, we're creating content for our companies. That's a whole conversation in and of itself. What content should you create? But how, talk to me about what kind of content to create to make it shoppable or engaging. Anybody want to jump in on that?
Yeah, can you show, I have a video that I think it'll be better to show that. I don't know if you guys have seen that. So basically this is a fashion brand. What we try to create here is engagement content. Right now is happening the Paris Fashion Week. So we have people there shooting this, and this is happening right now. We try to create this content that is engagement content. We're not trying to sell anything right now. We're just trying to bring people attention that what's happening in Paris. Our products is going to be there for this brand. We are having a lot of influencers showing this product through social media. So basically, we're trying to engage as much as people as we can during these 10 days. And then after those 10 days, we're going to have those products online to people buy it. So right now, we're just trying to engage with videos, with reels, with carousels on Instagram. And then for on Monday, we're going to have email marketing running for those people that are they're on a database. And also for everyone that's actually engaged with our content, can be a like, see the post, comment, or anything like that. We're going to retarget them and show them an ad and make sure they buy one of the products. And we're also using the influencers to make the buzz and show them our products. So this is how we usually do it for the brand. So we first create this in a lot of content put out there, and then we try to convert that on social media. This is one of examples that we use. And then the other one, if we're not going to do this content, this is a brand. Can you show the second video, please? If we're not going to do it, something like this, this is a big brand that, they can go to Paris and we can shoot that. But if the brand doesn't have too much money, you cannot do anything, then we go for something that we try to use the social media, put the shopping cart right there so you can actually click on post and buy, go straight to the website. Make sure this is not an ad, this is how we usually on the feed. After this, again, people that actually click on the buy button or even try to see the product, we again retarget those people and show the ad. So this is what we do for shopping content. Try to show the product and then make sure you buy the product or even generate a lead for us.
So Leonardo, you don't necessarily have buy buttons at the beginning of the process.
It depends what you're doing. If here right now on this one we do have it because you want to sell it. We don't have actually a campaign or like a content that you are running. We're actually running to sell the product online. But like the other brand that we showed before, we do not have the buy button at the beginning because you want to make sure people know the brand, they see what's going on when the Fashion Week in Paris, and then after that, yes, we do have all the ads and everything is going to be something that they not have to buy it, but we want them to buy the product.
Okay, that's a great example of the engagement piece, and then after you are engaging them, getting them to buy. What else, my esteemed panelist friends? Share with me some more examples of shoppable content. What makes it shoppable?
Do you want to go first? Or?
Well, yeah, I can give an example. So for my event company, when we first launched it, we were utilizing drone shots of different wedding chapels and drone shots of venues that were beautifully put together and putting that into a Facebook news feed so that basically you could click on that and you can go to a landing page and actually have a live call with a wedding planner. And we did that way because the bride, in my opinion, usually only cares about where she's going to get married initially. So we targeted her basically utilizing these drone shots. So she was like, oh, that's a really beautiful drone shot. And then she'd click on a button on it and says, book now. And basically talk to a wedding planner like really on demand with a live video call. And then the wedding planner basically just took care of everything and did DocuSign.
Did you have on the landing page, they could talk to somebody right away?
Yes.
And you had someone available to take the phone call, or what do they get, like an email notification and call right back, or what? Or is like set up like a live call?
No, we had someone who was taking the call.
Okay. That sounds great. Very interesting. Anybody else have any other? Anthony, I think you had something.
No, I think you wanted to say something as well.
So yeah. I actually, being like, when we market for a lot of restaurants and a lot of hotels, it is something similar to what Leonardo showed, right? So you see all these videos of all the food, the restaurants, all these engaging content pieces that come across your feed all the time, right? So that is something that initially it's about awareness that we create. It's about reaching out there to the people, trying to communicate what your brand is about. And then eventually it leads to conversions. It is how you get them hooked onto your particular content piece, that they want to come back to experience what is it that you actually have to show. And I think that is extensively used in the industry that we all belong to. And I think that is what eventually leads into conversions, because they might want to go to that particular restaurant today, or they might want to just save it or share it with a friend and probably visit there on an occasion, on a day of occasion. So I think that is something that eventually leads to a conversion in a way. So I feel that is something that that's very crucial in the kind of industry that we're in.
Yeah, and on my side, or at least on the advertising and data side, the way we go about it is we collect a lot of interest, intent, in-market, behavioral and demographic data, and also transaction data. And what we do is we combine it all together and tie it to some kind of user ID that's privacy compliant, and then create audiences, like let's say you're in market for a car, or maybe something simpler, like you're very much into t-shirts and clothing. We can then send those audiences to whatever platform. It could be social media like Instagram and Facebook, or even TikTok, right? Or you can send it to what's called buy-side platforms or demand-side platforms, where you can use those people and target them on any inventory source. So if your goal as a brand, which most brands do today, is to get someone to buy their product in as easy and as direct of a way as possible, this helps influence that without having the need to continuously learn more about that user when you already have that data and historical information to back it up. So the applications are endless, and a lot of companies and brands in general are trying to add e-com to their mix, but that's probably the best way to go about it.
Awesome. And I know, Karna, you have some ideas about user experience and how to make it visually appealing, I believe.
Well, one of the things that I would say, even like looking at, if you want to scale, looking at your examples there, when you were saying that, well, users can kind of like click on a picture or something like that. But what if, like, for instance, you said when you first show it, they can't purchase it. So how will they know how to say that, oh, I like this piece, but you're not actually selling it? Is there a way where they can save it, maybe come back to it, so that, so that it'd be easy for them to kind of
Yes, they can save the post and go back and buy it, or they can go to the website and try to buy it looking for the you have a code for the product. They can do that, but for that specific campaign, they cannot buy it. It's not online yet, because you want them to look for the product, not find it, and come back, and then we're gonna sell it. Okay. We try to create this momentum that that thing that you want to buy it, but you cannot buy it. That's what Apple and all big brands do it. Like, they launch a new product, you have like go to the pre-list to buy it. They launch the new iPhone. You cannot buy it right now. You have to wait for 3 weeks or 4 weeks to buy it. So pretty much that's what we're doing right there.
So can they like save it as a favorite? Or
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Now you're the moderator. Does anybody have anything else they'd want to add about examples of how to create a shoppable piece of content? Okay. All right. What are some of the barriers to shoppable content? What would prevent someone, or what kind of content would not be shoppable? I guess that might be a good example.
I feel like you have to create a sense of emergence with the content, basically to invoke an action. If you don't do that, then you have to implement like remarketing, where you're remarketing them through different other avenues and using content that's a slight deviation of the first one.
So I think any content is shoppable. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, think of the technologies you have today, like QR codes, user-initiated buttons on videos, or like on YouTube, for instance. Even Instagram. Like I myself am a sucker for any targeted ads to me, especially when it's like cool gadgets or technologies or even clothing, right? Like using the same examples as before. But yeah, anything can become shoppable, and you're seeing that rise in the industry, and no matter what industry you're in. Like, just take a look at like retail media networks. I don't know if any of you are familiar with retail media networks as a term, but every retailer is trying to create a media network for advertising, so they can get more people to convert.
I'm not sure what you mean. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Oh, okay, so retail media networks are basically a way for any retailer to serve ads or to give insights on people's shopping behaviors to brands, let's say, right? So if I don't know, like, sorry, I'm not into like luxury clothing, but but let's say like, I don't know, like Louis Vuitton wants to find more insights about, you know, people who buy their brands across different, you know, retailers. They can match that data together and then say, okay, what's the best way to start targeting those users across other inventory sources and so on. Or the retailer himself can actually create their own closed ecosystem to then upsell certain existing customers, for instance, and so on. There's a lot of valuable data. Again, it's in a growth market right now, but they're still having challenges. But like, it's basically a way to say, hey, all of our shopper insights and customers or CRM data, et cetera, is accessible now in a privacy compliant way. So I keep saying privacy compliant because data privacy is on the rise and it's always evolving, but you have to make sure that the user's consent is actually at the forefront of any decision making.
Oh,
Awesome.
just wanted to piggyback on what he was saying, because you said, I guess now with the algorithms, like say like you were in a process and you wanted to buy a car, and you said you wanted to buy a Mercedes. What happens is all these ads will come up about different Mercedes brands, or where you can go and all that stuff like that, and it's like they kind of like model of what the weight of your spending habits or what you like. So that's pretty much the piggyback on that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I sell I work with companies that sell complex sales. So they're working with companies that are buying big tech stacks or services, things that are expensive monthly things. And so we're not doing a lot of retail. It sounds like most of you are doing retail, most like products. Okay. Yeah, so in complex, how many out here, raise your hand, are you doing, let's just say, products or like smaller sale products or larger sales, complex sales? So who's doing complex sales out there? Okay, couple. Who's doing more product sales? Nobody's raising their hand. Okay.
Service oriented.
Yeah, service oriented. That's what I mean. Like complex sales could be service.
Selling services.
Right. So how I do shoppable content is I don't normally have buttons to buy now or anything, but I'll have a lot of inbound links. So when you're reading a piece of content to get them to go to somewhere else, which has a lot of value to it. And then we're talking about linking off to landing pages, a page with a form. So we need to find a way, how do we make this content more engaging to get them to want to click on it? So I guess, I don't know that we talked about that specifically. How do we make the content engaging enough to want to click on it? I mean, we're talking about content. Everybody has content. And it's very time consuming, and it can be a little bit of expensive and an investment to create this content. And not every single piece of content is going to perform. So we know that for sure. Some are going to flop and some are going to do great. So let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about how to make content engaging and interesting. And like, is there any specific content that works better to make it more shoppable than others? You know what I mean?
Well, I can take. From a UX perspective, I think what probably would sell is your design, your layout, having like buzzwords and things like that, not like big long stuff that they have to read, because I don't know, that turns me off, especially if I'm on social media or something like that and someone has a one-page something that I have to read that's long and drawn out. I don't really like those things. I like bullet points, get straight to the point of what it is that I was like, oh, okay, I'm interested. So I think in things like that would kind of like help. And you mentioned clicking. From a user perspective, just as long as they don't have to click too much to get to your product. If they have to do like 4 and 5 clicks, then they might be disinterested and go someplace else. So make it quick and easy and simple.
I think I can add something to that point. The thing is the kind of data that we consume every day. we have so much content that's pouring into our feeds every day. Like within like a minute, we end up scrolling through so much content, right? How do we know what is it that's going to interest us at the end of the day? Because we're just scrolling through. So it's actually, I feel that it's within the first 3 seconds of anything that we witness, we view, that catches our attention. So I think those first 3 seconds need to have that hook. Like it needs to be creative in such a manner that it grabs your attention and you're just like, wait, I want to watch what's more to it. So I think that is something that needs to be really important, and also about the user experience, right? If it's not interactive enough, if it's not simple enough, people are going to move on because that is something that they don't have time for today. So that's that.
What we do actually to understand what is the content, what's that content became engagement, we always try different, I would say 15 to 20 assets with reels, videos, posts on Instagram, and to make the ads, see which ones perform best, and then replicate that. So that's when we understand, oh, this is engagement content, we can keep using that. We usually do a 15 days window that we check which ones are performing best. The ones that are not performing well, we stop those ads and then we create new ones. So it's more about our testing to see which content is working or not. That say, oh, a video is best or a post is bad. We don't know until we test it. So it's more about testing the content and see what's going to convert. That I think this should be a video, this should be a post, or should be a TikTok or unboxing. So it's more about testing A, B, C, try to do everything to see which one's going to perform best.
Yeah, that's what Gary Vee talks about. He said he creates so much content, but he says they don't put money on anything until they test it out first. So you have to test it out. But what you're saying is you have to create a lot of options.
That's what we did that's what we're doing for those brands that I show you guys. We are testing, we are showing a lot of content organically. We're not spending money on it to see which one's going to perform best, and those ones going to become a few ads that we're going to start selling the products. So that's why right now we don't have the buy button right now, because we're testing everything organically to see, oh, this is performing very well, so we're going to use that as ad. So that's what we're doing.
You got to check your numbers.
And
I think Anthony wants to jump in.
I was going to say, you should think about using AI to do analyses and create profiles.
You use AI to see which creatives are performing best, how are the numbers. It's hard to see with a person see the ads and say, oh, this is the best way, this is one you should use it. So we have to have like an AI, and we have to have a lot of analytics checking that. So that's what we do it, yeah.
What do you mean use AI to check that? Tell me more about that.
So, no, I was gonna say, like, a lot of companies are actually like testing this out and delving into it, creating like a closed ecosystem, if you will, of all the data they have available based off, like, for instance, if you have all the data about people interacting with certain ads or your content themselves, and you're able to tie it to like that user, for instance, you can create a profile or profiles like them and say, based off of the most recent behaviors, I can hit them up in milliseconds with like another ad that's relevant or another piece of content that's relevant. But it's just making it more effective and efficient than it was before.
Is there like a tool, a specific tool?
Any AI tool.
Any AI tool, okay.
Or your own homegrown one if you're using like a open AI extension.
Okay. You just put the data in there from your reports and ask it to build a persona.
You can actually,
persona. You can actually put in like what you want this demographic to be and what to kind of like get a perspective. Actually did some work like that for my doctorate. So yeah.
Yeah, you create a dashboard and then tell us what you wanted, what kind of information I want, with KPIs I want to check. So it's going to create for you, and then you just check it and use it as a tool.
Yeah, so basically I do a lot of work with TikTok. So I'm basically trying to build like a system that actually switches shots around and different AI generated content, and so we can figure out and do like dynamic A/B split testing off of which content is actually performing the best by looking at the raw data that's coming out from the TikTok API.
I'm just curious here about, I'm thinking about for small businesses. How many out there raise your hand if you're like a small business? Awesome. How about if you're like a medium or bigger business? Everybody else, okay. It's just that, content creation and all these things are pretty complex. I mean, it's a lot. So budget-wise, is there a limit or like a low, What would be the lowest level of budget that you would need, do you think, to be successful in creating shoppable content that can actually convert some customers for you? And is there a difference, would you know, between like a smaller retail widget sale versus a complex sale, like in terms of budget? Let's talk a little bit about the budget.
Well, I think if you utilize something like Sora, you don't really need to spend that much. Sora is all prompt driven. You could literally just get the Sora $200 a month plan and then just start generating from there. There's also Midjourney that's really good as well. But like the best way to do any sort of like prompts for any AI generated content is you first start off with a very verbose prompt, and then you have to keep breaking it down all the way to its base form. Because what AI will do is AI is actually going to screw up a lot initially, and then you'll have to do that anyways.
So is this mainly just asking the right questions to get the right answer? And
Yeah.
sometimes it takes time. You know, you have to just fool around with it a lot. No, not quite what I wanted. And then you plug something else back in. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's spot on. So, yeah, just have to play around with it. Because a lot of it, you know, with AI, you probably can do it, you know, just on your own. Like he said, playing one of those services and then just using that. Yeah.
I can't speak for my current company, but I can speak for past companies I worked at. But you have to fight for that budget depending on what department you're in.
Yeah.
So if you're like, let's say, a news publication, you're always going to fight for the user experience as being your number one priority. So that majority of time wins the fight. Whereas like marketing budget might go down a little bit, but the UX and user experience teams get those budgets. But yeah, it just, with AI, it should save a bunch of costs, but you also need to train your employees on how to do that, which is probably the hardest battle, because you're going to hit that resistance of like, okay, that fear, am I going to lose my job from it? Or is it going to make my life easier? It's still that uncertainty there. But at the end of the day, AI will save you some money, not all money, but usually the budgets don't tend to be that big of a problem on that user experience front.
I would say that the budget I would divide in two ways. One for brand awareness, try to grow your brand, and then the other one you spend on ads to try to sell that service, product, whatever you have. Because if you get all your money and put on shoppable or try to make people purchase your product, they're not going to buy it because they don't know your product yet. So you have to kind of balance, you know, I would say 30% of brand awareness and 70% of selling and doing ads. And then talking about how much it is depend how much you have. It's not about, there is no minimum. I think it's all about how much your brand, your company has to invest it in marketing, because marketing is, we think, no, it is an investment, it's not a waste of money. So if you have the right people working with you, you're gonna get results. And then I think that's, you should think about your budget, just split in the right way. You should get a lot of good conversions.
And I think to add on to that, we also deal with a lot of clients where they have restricted budgets and they want the best of output, but they are not willing to spend that kind of money, which is where obviously that approach of, you know, pushing through brand awareness and also running ads helps. But what we also do is we try to rope in the PR point of view. Like we try to do a lot through barters. We try to use as much as we can. For example, say even influencer marketing is something that helps extensively. We try two kind of approaches. One is the traditional way, wherein we do invite people who are the regular clientele, because that is something that people will believe in. Because today, every second person is an influencer. So that becomes, again, a difficult thing, as you know, because half of them are paid, half of them you go through barter. So how many products does an influencer actually vouch for, and how much of it is genuine, right? So that is one question that comes about. But I think this is another approach that could be taken, because this is what we do. And it balances out the restricted budgets that clients might have.
I do have another.
I just think we just need to think about the learning period that it takes with a new product.
Yeah.
Usually takes on average 2 to 3 months for you to get enough data to work with. And then also you'd want to find an agency or just someone who's going to start small on what works and then iterate and then rinse and repeat. Because you don't want to spend a lot, you just want to test.
Well, that's great. That leads me to the question I was thinking about as you're talking. What skills, people have small companies, and do they hire an agency or do they hire someone to come in?
Yes.
I'm all about,
Yes,
we're all
Yes,
going to tell you to
definitely.
hire an agency. We're all going to say that. But realistically, an agency makes sense from our perspective because we know how complicated this can be and how much you need to know to do it. And so to hire one, you're going to hire one marketing person because you're small and think that they can do all these things. They're just not going to be able to. So let's talk a little bit about like the skills you need to do this work and maybe the time investment. Is this a full-time, every day, all day long thing, or could you do it part-time? Like, what are you thinking about the skills and the team, or working independently, internally, or with an agency? Anybody have comments on that?
I think you have to have both. The clients that we work, they always have a marketing team inside, and they also use an agency to make sure we are talking to someone that actually know what we're doing, that talking to someone that is not familiar with the marketing. But if you don't have the money, I recommend hiring an agency, because the agency have a lot of people that will be able to help you, that instead of you have one person inside in-house that they're not going to be able to do it, have a video, have a content, and data analysis, making ads. I mean, there's a lot of things. It's not a thing that you're going to do one day. It's a full-time job, and the agency will have a lot of people that can help you with that. So I would recommend it to have an agency. Even if you don't have the money, you're probably going to find an agency that can help you.
Oh, one other way what you could do, like with the piggyback off of what he was saying, if you get an agency, maybe you could possibly have that agency when they come in, to make some changes within, and they could train your employees on how to do things, and that might help too. Yeah,
we do that. We love doing that. Train
Yeah.
the trainer internally.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do not the devil's advocate, but another angle. You're going to see the rise of a lot of technology that's going to make a self-service model for certain things.
Yeah.
And I'll give an example that we execute at the full-time gig I'm at now. But there's a company called Streamer.ai. It's STREAMR. And we've actually incorporated into our advertising suite so that any small business can go in and create an ad in seconds with Gen AI. So what it does is it looks for your business's location, and then it scans a lot of the internet and Google Images and so on, and then auto creates this Gen AI ad with a voiceover and a QR code to an offer or a menu or whatever the case might be. You'll see a lot of that for the players who can't afford agencies, but it's only going to accelerate that pretty quickly to become an in-house or in-agency type of tool as well. Not that company in particular, but technology like that.
I just have one thought. I think it also has to do with how much money that you have, basically how much runway you have. If you want to go fast, you go with an agency, because an agency has worked with similar type of clients in similar industries, and they have a lot of data to work off of. But if you go with an individual, they don't have that data. They have to learn, unless they have specifically done a project like that. So if you want to go fast, you go agency, in my opinion. But if you are okay with just bootstrapping it, you just find someone really qualified on Upwork, 5-star reviews.
Yeah.
If our friends out here decided they needed some additional assistance to create more content or make sure that their content is being successful, there's so many agencies out there, and I have seen really horrific stories where people pay buco bucks and they get nothing from it, and then I try to come in and try to sell, and they're like, well, I'm not doing that because I already wasted money. How do people know who to trust?
Now that's a loaded question.
It's a gamble anywhere you go.
Well, it's pretty much a gamble. Just like when you hire employees, they do well on the interview, and you know, you think, oh, this person is going to be awesome, but then when they come in the door, they're not really doing the work, and they're not, you know, giving you what you need. So I guess just by word of mouth references, you can actually look at that and hopefully get the best results like that. Like he said, 5 stars. I mean, yeah, just look to see how many other people that they worked with and see what people are saying.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of good business, bad business out there. So I think it's more of, again, trying to connect with the agency, see how much or what they can deliver to you. I mean, it's hard, or again, if someone's referred that agency, talk to them and work with them. I think that's the best one. But it is hard to say, you know, there's a lot of bad agents there. There's a lot of good agents there. Is just if that a connection with the, I think that is more a connection with the agency and the client and the business, that if it's a good agency or a bad agency. I think sometimes there's a lot of good agents that they have a new business they cannot work with, they don't have experience with, and then that then becomes a bad thing. But at the end of the day, I think it's hard to say what trust or not. It's just more of trying to see and connect with a good agency.
Well, I think what you can also do is just don't get yourself into bad terms with the agency. Do a month-by-month relationship. Yeah. And make sure that you have like a 15-day period that you can actually get out of the contract. That's really needed because
like a money back
guarantee. Yeah. Because if you're in a 6-month relationship, if something goes wrong, then you're stuck for that whole period, right? So it's kind of like test the waters.
I want to add something here. I mean, there are a lot of agencies. Of course, we know that there are a lot of agencies, and there are times that you might work with a really good agency, but your product might be something that they are not aligned with. And that is when even a good agency might not give you the kind of results that another agency could. So I feel understanding of the product is extremely important. And of course, it's more of references that ends up working in industry, that, you know, I have worked with this particular agency, because they've seen results. And when they see results, they have like a trust notion that, okay, yeah, they've converted for us, they can do the same for you. So I think that is something that works pretty much in the industry that we're in.
Yeah, I would, my 2 cents would be, there's a lot of different agencies that do so many things. They specialize in very different things. And so as a business owner, it's really difficult to understand what agency service do I even need. Do I need like an SEO specialist or an advertising specialist? It can be really, really hard. So I like to tell people to pick, you need, your strategy has to come first. And they're talking about at the other session about, you know, understanding what capabilities you need. So, and if you're not even sure, I would start with hiring a strategic consultant first to help you map out exactly what your business is trying to do and what kind of sales and marketing services you need, and then you can really hone in on your agency partners from there. And then, of course, you know, checking references, and we know all that. I love your idea about making sure to a 2-week trial. So I started for a little bit. Our service is like $3,000 to $10,000 a month, and we do HubSpot onboarding. So at first I was just selling the onboarding package. And this is a good story because it's important. I stopped doing that because I can't just onboard you to this tool and then let you go because you don't know how to use it. You don't have anybody internally to use it. So now it's a subscription service. So you need to have me on your team to be, you know, successful. And so thinking about that as well, are you going to do like a project base? Is that a one-time thing, or are you looking for an actual strategic partner? And I would encourage you to lean into more of the strategic long-term partner, because we love our customers. We want you to be successful. Your business is our business, and we're doing everything in our power to make sure you're successful, because that helps us, and not only you, but it actually helps us too. So we're invested when we come in at that level, just like an internal team member.
Shameless plug.
Shameless plug. But we're saying these things because we believe it in our heart of hearts, and we truly have our clients' interest at heart. I think we're at 3:44. We have any more time? Are we done at 3? Okay. Does anybody have any burning questions they want to ask? Any questions? Well, let's. Oh. Okay, go ahead.
Down. Yeah. Yeah. Your space is very hard. And also, yours is similar to health because a lot of health companies, we work with one health company back in the days and they have the same problem. We cannot post anything. We cannot use anything. Real estate also have a lot of boundaries to use it. It is just trying to see what Facebook and Meta doesn't put down because pretty much everything you're gonna do it on that, they're gonna turn it down. So it's very hard to tell you something. Google Ads, I think, also is not gonna work for you. Is everything should be organic, pretty much. Try to use TikTok. Maybe TikTok right now is not that, doesn't have that many boundaries, so that still be the case. And make sure your content is not talking about cigar. It's talking about something else, but you show the product in the video. That's a way to do it.
That's a good idea.
Instead of showing, like, say, hey, this is, a cigarette, you can buy it and you should smoke.
Don't say that.
Make someone show someone at the beach or like with a cigarette or maybe in Vegas playing some games and then maybe games, not games, but something else because games might get you down also. But yeah, show something that is not related to that, but you can connect your brand to that content. I think that should be an easy way to do it. No problem.
I second that, yeah.
But we have a number of, like the cigar bars that they have. Maybe you might can kind of like channel and see how they like advertise and things like that. We do have a lot of that in Atlanta. So yeah, if you can kind of like channel and see what they do to kind of like get the word out, yeah.
Well, I think we're at time, and I appreciate everybody's inputs. And all of us are in the magazine, so if you wanted to connect with anybody about shoppable content, how to get more engagement on your content, more lead conversions, let us know. We're here to help. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was packed with a lot of great insight from all of you. Now, let's take a deep dive into AI once again, but this time we're asking a different question. Can it solve the problems of outdated technology? Legacy technology, outdated, inefficient, and somehow still running the backbone of major industries. Banks, healthcare systems, and government infrastructure, many are still operated on decade-old systems. Held together by patches, workarounds, and sheer willpower, but with AI evolving breakneck speed, could it be the key to fixing it or even replacing these aging systems? Our next conversation is about breaking down the hype and getting real about what AI can't do when it comes to modernizing legacy tech. What's possible today? What's a pipe dream? And where should companies draw the line? Let's find out in our fireside chat. Exploring AI's potential. Can it solve legacy tech problems? To take us through this fascinating conversation, let's welcome Nathaniel Halford. Here he is. Nathaniel's going to take over, and you can use this mic right here.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Awesome. So yeah, I've a little bit of a background about myself. I've been in the technology industry now since, I would say, 16 years old. I started off working for MTV Networks. I was like a hotshot kid. Then after that, I worked for Zipcar, Pfizer, Meta, the NSA, Department of Defense, Air Force. And my thought process initially with artificial intelligence is I actually did not like it at first. I thought it was taking away people's jobs. I thought it was making it harder for people to get work. But then I realized that if you have the growth mindset, you can really utilize AI to help you make a lot of money. And the reason is that It lets you do things faster. So what took 5 hours can now take 30 minutes, right? So you're charging your clients based off of basically the productivity and the value that you're giving to them versus the hours. And for video production, it actually is doing crazy things where you can actually have AI-generated actors and actresses. You can create something that used to take, I would say, $20,000, $30,000, and you can do it now for just $200 with Sora. And yeah, so it's as far as this Gen AI capabilities with code, it's not good. The code that it creates is not performant. It has bugs. So I would say we're still probably about, I don't know, like 1 to 2 years off until it can actually develop at the, I would say, the strength of a top engineer. But the same thing with video production. Right now, there's a lot of bugs. So you have to kind of work through the bugs, but it saves you a lot of time, right? It's kind of like when you're driving, when you're basically utilizing Tesla, right, with the auto drive, it saves you a lot of time because you don't have to drive. You can do other things with your time. So as far as artificial intelligence, so basically what I'm doing right now is utilizing video models to learn from faces of actual people during an interview. And basically, I'll be able to know by the end of the interview all the different emotions that they had and whether there was a connection between the hiring manager and the person in the actual interview. So it lets you understand relationships on a very granular level that are between two different people. And there is another company in the industry right now doing this, but all they're actually doing is using science. We use actual people, so we train the model with people, and then we basically just have just a feedback loop as to what's going on, and then we just iterate from there. So it's still very disruptive tech because we have to basically do speech to text. We have to look at the text. We have to have humans train it, label it. But in the future, it'll get there. And once it gets there, you can take this sort of technology and you can actually put it into robots, for robots to understand emotion, right? Because if you can understand it in one of the most stressful times in people's lives, an interview, and actually the data actually maps up to what you actually have built, and they actually do go to the second round, that would be very powerful technology. So yeah, that's one of the projects I'm working on. Any questions on artificial intelligence? Sure. Yes, Sora. It's from OpenAI. Well, everything's pretty much based off of the GBT model for a lot of different companies. They don't want to really invest into building their own models. That takes about 6 to 9 months to do that effectively. OpenAI has the most engineers. So there are very advanced ways that you can use ChatGPT. I don't know if you knew this, but ChatGPT, the more data that you put into it, the more it knows you. And then the more it knows your mindset. So if you feed data into it for about 4 to 6 months, you can actually have it help you with different predictions and basically figure out where your life's going to go based off of your actions today. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think the question was more about just like general AI tools. I think the ChatGPT as a general AI tool is pretty powerful for normal, just productive users. But as far as like more granular nature, yeah, you can do a lot with Python, a lot with different open source large language models. So there's a lot to it. But yeah, that's a more technical discussion, I would say. But if you have any technical questions on that, I also work with that. Yeah, I agree. It depends on the use case, what you're actually looking to build. Yeah, that makes sense. For more advanced use cases, you have to choose something else. But if you're basically just looking to build what's, I would say, a lot of different startups are doing these days, is they're just basically wrapping themselves around the GPT model, and they're using like OpenAI. But like for more advanced use cases, yeah, you have to do it. I mean, I like to utilize Python, and I like to utilize like things like TensorFlow, libraries like that. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Any other questions? Yes, exactly. So I'm doing it within the interview setting, so it can be basically put in other settings. Interviews are a very stressful type of setting where there's a lot of emotions going off. I would say it's probably one of the most stressful time periods in people's lives. So I have this theory on what I pretty much do is I work from the hardest problem, and then I go to the less hardest problem. So once it works well in this particular isolated setting, then it will work well in lesser settings because you're not dealing with as many emotions within the interview. I think like within the interview, we're going through about like 100 to 1,000 different facial expressions just while we're talking. No, I'm taking it from both sides. Well, yeah. So this the business that I'm working on is consumer driven, so it's not on the business side. It's basically to help people get back to work. Because right now we are seeing a very high unemployment rate that's just soaring, and what's happening is people just they get fired from their jobs. They just don't have like any interviewing skills, right? And they don't really want to go to a professional expert to help them until they've experienced pain. So this actually alleviates that by having this feedback loop that's constantly running. So, because usually, in my opinion, most people really learn once they experience pain. So once you experience pain, then you want to fix it so you don't have to feel pain again. Any other questions? Sure. No, that's usually inclination of voice that handles that. Usually when you're reading, you don't really put a lot of like inclination up and down when you're reading. It's pretty much monotone. So when you're doing an interview with someone and they just go from like, hey, how's it going, to, hey, how's it going? Usually, you know. Then you can also look at the eyes, right? They're moving back and forth. That's another thing that you can look at. So it's pretty easy. I've done lots of interviews in my life with different people, and I can pretty much tell when they're basically utilizing a script. You can see their eyes moving. You can see their eyes with the little gaze on it, right? And then you can also hear their voices like very monotone. Yeah. A way for you to prevent that from happening again is to basically ask him something outside the box. Yeah. Like one time I was hiring a wedding planner. I was like, you just moved to Las Vegas. You just got your apartment. You have $400 to decorate your place. Go. And then she told me exactly what she would do. And I asked that question to figure out how good she is at budgeting. Because if she basically says, okay, well, I spent $300 on a bed, I spent $75 on a light, and I spent $10 on this, I'm like, what about food? It's like, what are you going to feed your friends when they come here? So you have to ask trick questions, so then they'll answer. I have to think. Any more questions? Sure. Well, you have to really look at character of the person versus the ability to learn skills, because you can always learn skills, but you can't really build character that easily. So it's character, mindset, and it's just basically figuring out if they're kind of gonna screw you, right? Just not show up. So you have to start asking more people type of questions, interpersonal questions, like, you know, so you just witnessed your boss actually stealing time from the company. What do you do? And that type of question will basically check if they're ethical, right? Then you ask, okay, someone insulted you at work. What do you do? Right? Someone was trying to start a confrontation with you. Like, what do you do? And then that will let you know what their basically response is to stress. Because we're just basically looking to see how people handle with stress. Because if you handle stress gracefully, you're going to grow really fast. But if you don't handle stress gracefully, you're just going to bolt, right? Cool. Sure. Well, I think that artificial intelligence is going to get to a state where we're going to be able to take our subconscious and put it into another system. And the reason why I think this is because neural networks are built in the same way basically that your brain is built, right? And then also, I mean, what's the real difference in the future is just basically self-awareness, right? So once they develop self-awareness, they can think on their own, make decisions. They don't need a prompt. So I think it'll get there. I don't know if you knew that there was an actual company that's building like Android type of robots right now that look very similar to the ones that you'll see in like that HBO show Westworld. Because I feel like they're already planning to have that available in the future so people can transport their consciousness. But there's a lot of like papers on that. I still think we're like 100 years off from that, in my opinion, at least. But there's a lot of benefits for artificial intelligence, in my opinion. One of the benefits that I recently came across is, you know, when I was 30 years old, I had pancreatic cancer, and they had to remove my pancreas. And life's been very interesting since then. But I recently got what's called a bionic pancreas, where what it is, it's just an insulin pump with AI in it. So it learns from you. So I thought that that was really, really cool because it's kind of like if you're blind, right? And you get to see. If you don't have an organ and then you finally get it through AI, that's pretty life-changing, wouldn't you say? So I think that artificial intelligence can be utilized for the good in many areas. I think that companies need to stop saying stuff as like, oh, we just fire so many different people because of AI. That doesn't help their image, right, to do that. They need to be instead saying, oh, we helped to retrain people who got terminated and putting them into different roles using AI, something like that, right? Because we can definitely use it for good, but we have to learn how to grow and adapt, and then basically just know that it's here to stay. Sure. Can you elaborate on blind spots? I think, in my opinion, that mental health crises are happening at such a rampant rate right now because, to be honest, there needs to be more awareness, right? There needs to be more awareness as to what's happening, and there needs to be not a stigma. So, in my opinion, as far as AI for mental health, I mean, AI can be your friend, right? There's a lot of people who are using AI right now to be their friends. And you can actually even utilize like ChatGPT for friendship and companionship as well. I don't know if you knew that. And I would say we just need to have AI help as far as mental health goes by just basically, just kind of being there in your pocket whenever you need it, right? To vent out to it, to talk to it. But there needs to be data privacy laws, right? Because you start feeding in all your information, you don't want like one of your employers to find out, right? Or something like that. So we're in such an unprecedented time that we really need all these different laws that are on AI, in my opinion. Any more questions? Cool. Well, thank you guys. It was a pleasure. And if you have any questions, I'm around. Oh yeah, by the way, my company name is Headhuntable, and the other company it used to be called Alopia, but now it's we split into different companies. But the other one of them, the immersive wedding event, is called Beauty and the Fright. It'll be coming to Las Vegas. And you can actually go on TikTok. We just started releasing the artwork. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Did a great job. All right, how's everybody doing out there? We're going to be starting up with the next speaker in just a few minutes. If you guys want, we can take a little stretch, maybe get up and stretch for a second, just move our bodies around since you've probably been sitting down all day or sitting on a plane on the way here. right, feel free to take this time to get up and stretch if you want to, network with each other, maybe pass some business cards. Take the time to connect and network with each other. And I'll be up in just a few minutes to announce the next speaker. price, or quality. It's about purpose. They research, they hold brands accountable, and they expect companies to take a stand. But here's the challenge. It's not enough to add a "we care" message to an ad. Performative activism, they see right through it. So how do brands authentically integrate social responsibility into their identity? What causes matter most to this new wave of consumers? And what happens when taking a stand means alienating part of your audience? From our last panel, The Rise of Social Causes, How Gen Z Values Social Responsibility in Brands. We'll explore the business impact of purpose-driven branding, the risks, the rewards, and how companies can build real trust, not just marketing movements. Let's welcome our moderator, Yesenia Reynoso, founder and principal of Why Communicate, and our panelists to the stage for this important discussion. Let's bring them both up. All right, and I'm going to let them take it away.
Can you hear me now? All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Obviously, it's the end of day one. I know we're all anxious to get a bite to eat, to drink, network. But I'm so excited to be here with all of you today. We are going to be talking about Zoomers, aka Generation Z and social responsibility. And for those who do not know, it's okay, no worries. Well, now it's actually a two-person chat, so it's consider it like a fireside, if you know what I mean. But as I mentioned earlier, I am Yesenia Reynoso. I am the founder and principal owner of Why Communicate, which is a small communications firm that assists clients in establishing and maximizing their brand presence through in-house corporate communications. So consider us your in-house corporate communications department. We have a heartbeat of a department. We have a mindset of a department. We are an internal in-house corporate communications department. And I am so excited to be here with all of you today. And I am going to get this incredible gentleman to introduce himself. So welcome officially to Las Vegas, sir.
Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Luis Antonio Diaz, CEO of Blue Creative Digital Technologies. We are a Web 4.0 and AI development agency based out of Miami, Florida, with offices up in the very cold Montreal and Toronto, Canada. So thank you for the invite.
No problem, Luis. And the mention of very cold, because I'm actually from New Jersey, but I'm within striking distance of New York City. So unfortunately, this winter has not been kind to us at all. I so want to go to Miami. Warm beaches.
It's not bad at all. I'm not going to lie.
Well, anyway, Luis, it's great to have you here. And inadvertently, this has now become officially a fireside chat. And
I think this is better.
Right?
I think this is better.
It's like much more intimate, to say the least. And now we could really, get into depth about Generation Z, also known as Gen Z, the Zoomers, as I like to call it.
The Zoomers, Lord have mercy.
Zoom. So I think it's really, I think it's one of those topics, especially regardless of industry sector, that we're all very curious to learn more about, especially when it comes to social responsibility, because I think if there is one thing that we can all agree upon is the fact that Gen Z is actually socially driven.
Correct.
And so one of the questions that I actually have that we can definitely kick off is about the expectations with Generation Z, especially in a socially driven market. So, Luis, how has Gen Z's expectations for social responsibility reshaped brand storytelling and marketing strategies?
It's very funny you talk about that. So when I'm not busy enough running a software development company, I am a graduate level instructor at McGill University. And one of the courses I do teach is in marketing and branding. And I think that one of the challenges, so we were just filming a podcast outside, and one of our guests said, you can't bring everything to your work. You have to leave part of yourself outside. And I think that that's the challenge that we're seeing now with Gen Zs, where every brand that they consume, they have these high expectations that they have to be everything that they are. And if not, they're not aligned with their requirements and with their ideals. And as such, let us cancel them. And I truly believe that that's a very hard game to play. If you are a brand that is trying to play that game, good luck. Because the number one thing I say when I walk into one of my classes is, you're not pizza. You're not meant to please everybody. You're not. And so as a brand, you cannot be good at your brand, answer the requirements to your market, meet your investors' expectations, make sure that your bottom line is covered, and then on top of that, make sure that you're meeting every single expectation of your target market. And I think that that is a challenge that we've seen time and time again, and it flips on both sides. I mean, we saw it in the beer wars.
Right. Yeah.
We also we saw it during the brands that associated with BLM.
Yeah.
And or the brands that decided to stay silent during BLM.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of those situations where sometimes no position is a good position, which also opens a whole other can of worms.
Yeah. I think, you made a very interesting point, because if there's something that I've known about Gen Z is that on top of them being as purpose-oriented and socially driven, almost kind of like similar parallels to nonprofit organizations, I think, Gen Z is extremely particular and perplexed as to the kinds of brands that they want to follow. Obviously, they're going to align with organizations that are directly aligned with their interests, their values, and their morals. And so this is a kind of a generation that is really looking for authenticity. And this is something, that I always tell whether it's in corporate or entrepreneurial, to senior executives, internal, external partners, about the importance of authenticity, because in storytelling, the heartbeat of the story is the why. The why is what's going to draw people in. And especially with Gen Z, they're looking for that why specifically. Why should I invest in your product? Why should I be interested in what you have to say? And so, based on those parameters, that is how Gen Z practically identifies the brands that align to their interest.
I think that as a brand, the number one challenge you're going to have in aligning yourself with the why is that Gen Z is a generation that is so digitally native. And so because of that, they expect that the agility that exists in changing your opinion online should be reflective of the brands that they actually cooperate with. And the problem is, when you have multi-million, multi-billion-dollar companies, organizations that span the globe, not just a specific market, it's very hard to create a uniform targeted messaging.
Yep.
Coca-Cola, if you look at it on Twitter and on social media, they have Coca-Cola United States, they have Coca-Cola Canada, they have Coca-Cola India, they have Coca-Cola China. They have granular levels of media communications as a brand. And so it is very hard to have a uniform message, yet social media spans the world.
Yeah.
And I think that that's the number one challenge. And I find that at that point, brands may be better suited going granular. When they go granular and they understand what is it that they want to sort of like represent in their niche, that may be more than enough as a brand association. Because again, those that try to step outside their lane usually will get penalized for it.
That's right. And also, when you look at it from that standpoint, and it easily paves the way to the next question, which is about authenticity, I think it's really important for us to understand that today we are living, Gen Z is one of the most, starting with Gen Z, and now we're moving to Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, but Gen Z is one of the most diverse and multicultural demographics, that we have seen. And obviously, we are witnessing the the intersectionality of multicultural marketing and communications, and brands still today are trying to figure out the methods as to how they are going to be able to attract such a diverse audience. And so the next question, as I just mentioned, is about authenticity. And Luis, how do brands balance authenticity with commercial interest when engaging in either marketing or communications?
I think that the number one approach there is transparency from a leadership point of view. The organization can be transparent as to their social positioning based on their brand, obviously based on their internal policies, their SOPs, etc. But at the same time, in the previous panel we were talking about the missed opportunities of Gen Z or Gen Z, where the Generation X usually was a generation where we had to pull them back from taking risks. Like, hey, you're taking way too many risks. Let's align you. Let's give you structure. Versus Gen Zs are waiting to be given permission to take a risk. Yeah. Their go-to answer is, nobody told me I could do this. Nobody told me I could break this barrier. Nobody told me I could break this wall, when it comes to different opportunities. But when it comes to social matters, they're trailblazing.
Yeah.
They're trailblazing. And so at that point, I think that I want to call it agile leadership is identifying jointly with their staff what are the core subjects that matter to the staff, and then see if they align with the corporate values.
Yeah.
Because it is very possible that, you know, Coca-Cola may not want to get involved with, you know, trafficking of puppies.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know. But at the same time, there's other subjects that they will align through corporate values. And they said, listen, you are our team, you are our staff, you are part of our extended corporate family, lead the charge.
And I think it's also, you know, quite fascinating, you know, that you mentioned transparency, because if there's something in corporate communications, you know, that we talk about, it's credibility, establishing your reputation in that specific market. And it takes years through many different types of corporate communications avenues, whether it's traditional with media relations, digital, social media, which we're going to touch upon a little bit later, email marketing, and so many mediums now. You know, Gen Z now has a plethora of options where they can actually establish themselves in the market, but also find credible sources, you know, people who they can rely on. If you can, let's say, especially if you're establishing yourself in a diverse market, and if you do the research, you engage with them and you develop messaging in their exact voice and tone, actually being transparent and being, you know, truthful with your intentions, it's, you know, you're going to capture their attention, especially with causes that are very much connected to Gen Z. Obviously, there's so many of them. It could be ranging from climate change to poverty, homelessness, BLM, as you have mentioned. There is, and especially this is a, you know, we're at a very particular time, Luis, you know, in an era where we're not only dealing in a politically, you know, divided landscape, but we're also dealing with an overwhelming amount of information overload. Lots of misinformation, disinformation, and the urgent need to reintegrate media literacy into our platforms as well. And so the next question, you know, that I want to go into is about misinformation. And so in an era of misinformation and a politically divided landscape, how can brands ensure that the messaging around social causes is not only credible, but backed up with action without alienating audiences?
That's a very good question, because that's something that's applicable to everybody, from Betsy's cupcake store to, you know, the biggest company in the market. And I think that when an organization is able to identify a purpose that can lead to a social cause, I think that that's when the brand will exude naturally and organically. an alignment with a cause. And I think that that's very important because, again, I use an example. Coca-Cola is going to come in, and Coca-Cola consumes the most amount of water in the world. They can't turn around and be like Water Conservancy type thing. They can, but it has to align with their brand.
Right.
And so I find that in my past life, when I worked a lot more in marketing and a lot less in the stuff that I'm doing now, the number one challenge that I would have with people is I want a social media account. And we need to win the social media battle because people need to know who we are. So social media, obviously I'm aging myself, but I have to have a social media account on everything. So I'm going to open an Instagram, a Facebook, a this. I'm like, why? Why are you going to open so many?
Yes.
Why? I mean, if you're not going to do one properly, why are you going to do 5 terribly?
Exactly, and I really like that point you just mentioned, Luis, because in communications now, with so many communications medias, brands automatically assume that they have to be on every single platform. But the truth is you don't. You only need to be on communications mediums that are in direct alignment with your values, and you're going to be spending an ample amount of time in there. If there is one thing that I think everybody should know here is content. Content is absolutely everything. And when it comes to Gen Z, this demographic is so very content heavy with not only what they engage in, but also with what they share and they reshare. And also, this also ties in, again, to the fact that brands have to be authentic, especially nowadays. Now we're seeing so many, not only so many brands, taking a step back on core societal issues, and I'm sure everybody has seen what's happening recently with the rollbacks of diversity, equity, and inclusion across all industry sectors. But I think this is also a time where people are now starting to realize which brands are actually genuine in what they talk about, and more importantly, implementing actions versus performative. Because if you have an organization that is not fully, from top to bottom, 100% fully engaged in actually talking and implementing these types of social responsibility policies and protocols into their business structure, then there was no point in the first place for them to actually be involved. It's all performative, and Gen Z can easily sniff that right out of the water.
And I think the big mistake that a lot of organizations did is they created a policy rather than integrating purpose into their brand and purpose into their business model. And I think that is the number one challenge. Again, we look at how Walmart, and everybody was aghast with how Walmart backtracked all their DEI policies. But at the same time, where was their purpose and what was their social angle? So I find that once again, and I'll use it's a very bad example, but Walmart, who could be considered a department store type thing because they have different departments within, they just added another department, which was DEI, to their policies, and then the DEI popularity faded. And they phased out that product alongside, your favorite but underselling cereal. And unfortunately, when we don't have purpose built into our brand, these things will happen. So how do we sort of circumvent that? Is by picking one, tops 2. I mean, the reality is that no organization is perfect, nor anybody should expect their organizations to be perfect. I'll give you an example of what we do. So we're in technology. And people will ask me a gazillion questions about what we do and how we do this and how do we do that. Well, listen, the reality is our purpose, our raison d'être, is very different than how we try to make a difference in our industry. In our industry, we are minority owned. That's just, it's circumstances. I mean, if people really want to congratulate that, well, amen. But that's just a circumstance of who the ownership is. But one of the things that we really wanted to do was wanted to embrace multiculturalism in our organization. So what we ended up doing was ensuring that we at least attempted, not by policy, but by practice, attempted to create some sort of parity between female and male hires. And then by consequence, by doing that, we actually were able to bring in a wide spectrum of ethnic backgrounds,
Yeah.
which then in itself allowed us to be able to be representative of the North American market. So at our company, we're able to provide services in English, Spanish, and French. English because of North America, Spanish because of the south of the United States, French because of Quebec, and maybe New Orleans, depending what neighborhood you're in. so that in itself became a value-added advantage for us, rather than something that we, developed in a closed room with a sort of like a PR specialist and a crisis management person, and said, let's implement this in case one day something happens and we need to defend our DEI approach. No, it just happened organically. If somebody says, well, what's your stand on X? We don't have one because it's out of our wheelhouse.
Yeah. And I think also what is quite interesting, what I've seen in, with Gen Z, is the fact we're seeing them inadvertently not only become influencers, but also journalists in many ways, because they are actually informing their audience as to what is happening right now, and actually giving individuals a wealthitude of information that is, that is equally interesting, but also something that is going to, again, attract their attention. And so, for Gen Z, like I said, you don't really need to be on every single platform. You only need to be on the platforms that, that align to your brand or to your interest. And also, you got to make sure that you have the content to be able to perform in those platforms, because if you're looking at TikTok, obviously is the most popular platform among Gen Z, but it's also the platform that right now is under, yet again, a threat of a potential ban. Then you're looking at Instagram, which is now have converted itself into a more of an experience-like platform. Then you got Twitter. I still call it Twitter. I refuse to call it X. /X, which is more of a news-making or news-announcing type of platform, and so forth. So I think it's actually quite amazing, as to how Gen Z can be very particular in terms as to how they select the platforms, how often they go on them, and making sure that the message that, that they actually want to relay actually, translates and to what it is that audiences are, are actually thinking about.
In a past life, I mean, if you look at my LinkedIn, you'll see that in a past life I did work in politics, as a strategic communicator and crisis management and whatnot. And what I find funny is that, what my parents used to tell me, that you think you're inventing the wheel, but we invented the wheel, you're just reinventing it. And now it's the same thing. Gen Z is reinventing the wheel. I remember being a young, adult, getting involved in politics, and my political mentor saying, hey, do you know how you get the vote out? Do you know how you get a message across? I'm like, how? A newspaper? A TV ad? They're like, no. Go to your local barber shop.
Yep.
Or you make a spaghetti mixer, and you talk to people, and you have that conversation in that round table. And that's, where you'll get certain people who will challenge your ideas, and you'll develop further good ideas. And then you'll have some people say, well, I don't know how to vote. And you'll tell them, this is option A, and this is option B. And that word of mouth marketing, and it's why it's called word of mouth marketing, is how, brands became brands, and marketing became marketing, and politicking became politicking, and how, Apple became the brand that it is. But all of a sudden, we're now feeling that we're reinventing the wheel because, Gen Z is becoming, activist journalism and putting it on TikTok and saying, hey, no, you didn't reinvent it. You just had access to a newer medium.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's also one of the questions that I want to, that I want to ask is about decentralized platforms, because now what we're witnessing right now in social media, and Gen Z obviously is is noticing and spearheading the charge, is for for users to start looking towards decentralized platforms, because the platforms that we currently have available, obviously the more knowledgeable ones, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter /X, again, they are constantly being monitored and under a deep control, under threat of censorship. And so now Gen Z is taking notice, and now people are starting to transition over towards decentralized platforms where they will have 100% total control of the content that they're putting up there. And so, Luis, my question to you is about decentralized platforms. So what are the risks and rewards of brands embracing decentralized platforms and Web3 in order to support social causes?
That's a loaded question. Not gonna lie. This is my own personal belief that I do not believe that there is an obligation to sustain and maintain data when you put it online, right? A secret is best kept secret. And so the reality is that a social media platform is meant to drive popular, trending content. And that is what the algorithm is made for. Let's call a spade a spade. It was never meant to be factual. It was meant to push things that trend. It was meant to push things that are, popular, convenient, and believing or demanding that social media, turn around and all of a sudden change and become purely about facts. It's like turning around and saying, well, listen, my car is not convenient anymore. It needs to fly. It was not meant to do that. And I think that at that point, we need to create newer platforms that will allow us to do what we want it to do. We cannot just take the platform because we expect it to do everything. It doesn't do everything, and then we criticize it because it doesn't do everything. So I think that that is the number one challenge. Beyond that, yeah, we're starting to look at decentralized platforms, but by consequence, they're going to suffer from the same situation, because there's a couple of things that go into decentralized platforms. One, who's going to pay for them? Who's going to maintain them? And so they work on critical mass. And critical mass goes on what's popular, not what's accurate.
And I think also one thing as well, Luis, that I would like to point out as well is brands love control. They want to be able to control their narrative. And so what we're witnessing, at least on the communication side, is that now with public erosion of trust in the current media landscape, whether it's legacy media or the recent rise of alternative media, many people are looking at other platforms to get their news, and brands are also looking for greater control of the narrative. And so now we're starting to see brands become like their own news stations, where they are now promoting the content through their channels and informing audiences about the ins and outs of their organization, some of the activities that they're promoting, the CSR or corporate social responsibility initiatives that they have, and also they're building community. When it comes to like communications in general, one of the things that we focus on is community, because many people are craving, that person-to-person interaction. They're looking for groups where they can come in, have that open space, and engage in dialogue about many variations of topics. And so obviously, if you're working, like, let's say in corporate, for instance, we're seeing employee resource groups where they can come in and talk about societal issues that closely impact them. We're also seeing town halls, whether it's virtual or in person. We're seeing influencers also collaborating with organizations about key societal issues, and we're also seeing employees as well, from an internal communication standpoint, also becoming ambassadors themselves and talking about interest and causes that, again, directly align with the organization. That's why, for these organizations, it's really important that they now have a one-stop shop where they're going to be able to amplify and elevate their footprint across all mediums. And the key word, again, here is control. every brand is looking to control that narrative and steer it in the direction that they want to go. Gen Z is not only taking notice, they're taking it by the reins and customizing it so that they can change perceptions, because that's also another key thing in communications. It's all about shape-shifting narratives and perceptions. We have the power. The power of words is in our hands.
I think that brands that think like that are probably the ones that are going to get most impacted by Gen Z and by society and by social media. When you put out a message, let me give you an example of how I visualize it. Think of a snowball on top of a very, very tall mountain, and you prepare that snowball and you roll it down. And as that snowball gets bigger and bigger and bigger, it's very hard to control it. And the mistake the brands do is try to control it. They try to stand in front of it, and they get plowed through. The best that we can do as a brand is nudge the message and ensure that the message was developed properly, was created accurately, so that it can stand the scrutiny of Gen Z and whoever comes after. I think that the reality is that once an organization sticks to purpose within their brand, and they stay in their lane, I think that that's when they're able to better estimate the outcome rather than control.
I find it quite, that's quite an intriguing point you made there, Luis, because you kind of hit the subject of crisis management. And in communications, if there's one thing that, that we communicators can say, is that you need to be a step ahead of the curve. Or like in this case, 10 steps ahead. Reason being is that for those who practice year-round, which, by the way, it is a must. You must do crisis communications practicing every single year, not nonstop, because those who constantly rehearse their crisis communications plans over and over and over and over again are the ones who are going to be able to overcome the crisis, no matter how small or large it is. Doesn't matter what the title that you have, how many years you've been in an organization. If you do not, at some point, you're going to be dealt with a crisis. And that right there is going to be the factor, the way as to how you formulate your team, how you plan your strategy, the talking points, the execution of it, the mediums/channels, and obviously the post to recap, because your followers are watching you very closely. And so I really think that is an important point to hit home. And Luis, I think we can now shift to the next question, which, let's say we might have already touched the subject, but we can elaborate on it further, is that what should brands do if they ever get caught in a cultural or political controversy that is related to their social responsibility initiatives? What should they do?
That's also a loaded question, and it goes back to your crisis management. It is my academic background, crisis management, and like you said, you have to practice it all year round. It's like practicing fire drills at school. You have to do them on a regular basis. If you don't do them on a regular basis, guess what? When somebody pulls the holy shit handle, nobody knows where to run to. And so the reality there is that protocols have to be built. A messaging has to be established. A crisis guru has to be developed so that they can centralize information. But let's talk more practical terms. What happens if a brand gets caught offside? Well, there's two scenarios. From a leadership point of view, I split it up between my crisis guru, who's going to handle that fire. But as a leader, I'm looking already at the end of the fire. And what did we do wrong, and how can we change it? Because the reality is that if this fire is burning, we did something terribly wrong internally. And that is that opportunity to realign. Is that opportunity to make sure that you're not getting caught offside, and you're not caught trying to be pizza and trying to please too many people at one time. Remember, nobody's pizza. And so the challenge there is when you realign, You have to look at the gap that you have between where you are and where you want to be. And then you have to realize if where you want to be is where the organization needs to be. And I think that's the number one challenge. I remember eons ago in a past life talking to someone who was trying to hire me as a consultant. And they were telling me that they needed to sell to a demographic of 25 to 35. And that was their focus. And when we did a whole sort of like analysis, they were selling to a market of 35 to 45. But they really wanted to sell to 25 to 35. And I went to them and said, why? Why do you want to do this? Why do you want to change it all up? Because that's who we need to sell. And I told them, is that who you want to sell to? Because that is not who your company is selling to. And so what you're running the risk right now is to alienate your current bread making target market in order for a Hail Mary of another market. And I think that that's what happens in social media, and that's what happens in our communications and our branding posturing. We try to have too much be reflected in the brand. You know, when a running shoe is just a running shoe. When a running shoe does not care how you vote. And a running shoe doesn't care if you get up in the morning at 6 a.m. and run alone and jog and work out, or if you just go and you play hopscotch with your kids after. And so I think that that's the reality, is identifying what you are as a brand and what you represent as a brand, because that in itself will probably get more acceptance from Gen Z than if you try to be too much all the time.
That's why you need to be authentic and genuine in who you are as a brand and what you represent, because it takes years to build your reputation. And it can come tumbling down in 3 nanoseconds over one small or large mistake. I have seen brands who have established themselves in their respective markets for many years just for their reputation to quickly collapse within 5 seconds. And I remember there was there were two quick experience that I'm willing to mention through my past corporate career. Obviously, the first one, I used to work in nonprofits. So one of the nonprofits I worked more recently was a prominent nonprofit. I worked in their health equity unit, where we are providing health services, free, cost-effective, affordable health services and health education to low-income neighborhoods in New York City. Well, they were planning to do, unexpectedly, they were going to do an event about 1 month prior to the actual date. It was extremely unprepared. I, and as well as members of the team, warned senior management to not proceed ahead with this event because it was all over the place, because we're trying to preserve their reputation, but they didn't listen. And then literally just, the planning, went ahead until it hit a major roadblock. 4 days prior to the event, they were not able to obtain the permit in time to close the street. Yeah, and so because of that, they had to cancel the event. And so unfortunately, that ended up causing damage to the community that they serve. The organization had to put up an ad at the time telling them that it was postponed, and the team immediately had to go into crisis communication mode. And at the time, working again for the health equity division, I worked in health communications. I, and as well as a couple of team members, warned the senior executives at the time that this was the wrong move. It should have been much more properly prepared, much more ahead in advance. This could do reputational damage. And so, the lesson is that listen to your team and please make sure that you have a crisis communications plan in place. The second quick example that I can give, again, is at another nonprofit where I was communications manager at the time, where I was actually doing media training for a couple of high school students who were going out to a major UN conference in Europe. And so I had to give them major media talking points, not only about sustainability and climate change, but also what to say and what not to say to the media. and it was actually international media since they were heading at that convention in Europe. And so they ended up dealing with a couple of stumbling blocks due to the language barrier. But I was able to incorporate some key crisis communication tips, making sure that they have to stay on message. The very last thing that you need to be dealing with is diverting in another direction and not being able to hone in on your message. You have to stay on point. Repeat the talking points. It doesn't matter in what variations. Stay on message, because that is the only way that you are going to be able to navigate through the storm. And also for post-analysis as well, you need to be watching very carefully the sentiment. Social monitoring, listening, listening to what your viewers have to say, and taking accountability for your actions. Those who those who admit their wrongdoing and what they have learned from these experiences are the ones who are going to be coming out on the other side relatively unscathed. And so, Gen Z is also realizing that there are organizations who are not taking accountability for their actions, and it's turning them off. And so they rather align with organizations who actually admit their wrongdoings and what they are doing to rectify themselves and the lessons learned.
I think that one of the coolest things that I've seen out there with certain brands is they try not to control the narrative. Rather, they try to create the forum and the opportunity for the Gen Zs to become ambassadors and become, the leaders of the opinion, making them almost mini thought leaders. And by creating those platforms, I've seen the Gen Zs feel more engaged. They feel more engaged. Yeah. They feel more heard. And that's, at the end of the day, what everybody wants. Gen Z all the way to the boomers. They want to be heard. The only challenge is that how we want to be heard is very different.
Yeah, and I think we're dealing right now, Luis, is that we're in a heavily narrative-based society where, unfortunately, due to the politicalization of this climate, there are many people who unfortunately are reserved to their own respective bubbles and are not engaging in open dialogue and trying to understand different perspectives where you're coming from, because again, everybody is protected, in those spaces. And so I think it's really important that we, especially with Gen Z, you need to have these organic conversations. You need to listen and have an understanding as to a difference of opinion. And figure out why they feel this way, and what can we do to work together in order to come up with a viable solution, because there's, with so many problems happening right now, it is really important to have these types of difficult conversations, no matter how uncomfortable it is, in order for us to be in order for us to get comfortable with tackling hardcore societal issues, especially those that have constantly demonstrated root causes. You got to be uncomfortable, and I think Gen Z is pushing people to get to that uncomfortable territory for them to acknowledge, like, hey, we actually are dealing with something very serious here. We acknowledge it. How are we going to uproot it and create a much more tangible, sustainable platform?
You said it well. I think that the challenge there is going to be creating the sense of structured opportunities where Gen Zs feel comfortable talking about what they expect. I think that that's the challenge that any organization has, because the fear is that when you open that can of worms, we deviate from the actual objectives of the company.
Right.
And we start talking about things that have nothing to do with the bottom line. And I think that is going to be a struggle of Gen Z. I don't think there is a solution. I think that's a future generation solution. Mm-hmm. But I think that at the Gen Z level, it's brands and companies have to accept the Gen Z for the talent and the raw creativity and the power that they bring to the market, and understand how to talk to them and harness that raw power in order to make it applicable to their storytelling. I find that the opportunities are there. I find that the risks are there, but the companies that excel in the next 10, 20 years are going to find that formula to be able to, you know, tap deep into their Gen Z pool of talent and be able to say, okay, how do we drive our message through properly created narrative storytelling that really engages with, you know, not just Gen Z, but a generation above and a generation below. And I think that it's going to be a beautiful time, because as the mediums change, we will also see that, you know, what Gen Z targets will change. And unfortunately, there is no answer. Rather, it's a case by case. And, you know, I'm blessed to say that, you know, we don't have it perfectly figured out, but we're on a good path.
Yeah, we are, and I think, you know, we have 2 minutes left, so I'll wrap it here. I think, you know, we are at a time where now storytelling itself is undergoing a metamorphosis, and storytelling is not only becoming much more authentic, it is actually paving the way towards action. Storytelling is story doing, and Gen Z has figured out the formula. And so they are now looking for organizations who are not only adaptable in the stories that they bring, but the tangible solutions that are going to pave the way to those actions, in order to, you know, to build a society and an ecosystem that is based on inclusion and equality.
Absolutely.
Yep. And so I know we have 1 minute left.
Do we have any questions?
Yes.
From the audience?
Any questions?
We have a question back there.
Yeah. Look at that. Yeah.
True North, baby. I mean, I will take it a step further and say that fact-checking failed for the most part. And I think it failed because the platforms were not meant for that, right? A lot of people were censored. While, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but in Canada and the US, you know, people have died for generations to defend our right to speak and to express ourselves. And so the reality is that, again, that fact-checking premise, well-hearted, you know, and well-intended, failed the system because of it. I mean, in Canada, we live it right now. Social media in Canada cannot distribute news. And so we have natural disasters that have happened in Canada where we could not get the information out to people that needed it because it was blocked on social media, because it was news. So the fact-checking, in my opinion, has failed, for good or bad, because it was not meant to be that in the first place.
What a, you know, pin drop right there, Luis. Bleep. All right. Does anybody have any other further questions? Otherwise, this lovely fireside chat has come to a close. All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Wow, panelists, that was powerful. Now, let's take a moment to celebrate the trailblazers who are redefining innovation and leadership. This recognition session shines a spotlight on the individuals and organizations shaping industries, inspiring change, and making a lasting effect. Their achievements remind us that every breakthrough begins with a vision and a determination to bring to life. With that being said, please join me in welcoming Dr. Goni Alexandra Weiss to the stage. She is the CEO and founder of Dr. Weiss Wellness, PLLC. She's a board-certified psychiatrist and diplomat of the American Board of Psychiatry, Neurology, with 20-plus years of experience. She is the CEO and founder of the company, offering holistic, integrative, and regenerative care. Let's welcome her. Come on up. And then she's also going to be assisting with the award ceremony, which will be starting right now. So is Anthony Cucciopoli, I hope I'm saying that right, I'm so sorry. Okay, you want to come on up for your award? So Anthony, advisor and consultant at, how do you say your last name? Cacciapoli Consulting Group, is a thought leader and expert in marketing and ad technologies. And would you like to give a small speech, or? Yeah, of course. Step right in.
Thanks everyone so much. This actually does mean a lot to me, and honestly, to be valued for the work I do for enterprise and small business companies alike, it just feels good. So thanks everyone, and I hope you guys feel the same way too about your businesses. Yeah.
Congratulations. All right, so our next person is Armin Butler. Are you out there? Armin, come on up. So Armin is the visionary founder and CEO of Butler & Co. Marketing, a full-service marketing agency managing. Guided by unwavering faith in the Lord, Armin built Butler & Company from humble beginnings, initially working with struggling cleaning companies. Today, Butler & Company is recognized for its innovation strategies, delivering measurable results and shaping the future of digital marketing. Let's welcome Armin up to the stage. Congratulations. All right, so up next we have Karna Richardson. Is Karna in here? All right, Karna. Karna Richardson is the owner of Creative Mindsets LLC. She's an experienced user experience designer. She specializes in web design, user experience, HTML, CSS, and customer service. Here she is. Let's give it up for her. Got your other hand if you need. Congratulations. Would you like to say something? All right. No worries at all. Congratulations. All right, so up next is Dan King. Is Dan in here? Hi, Dan. Come on up. Dan is the area business manager at PolyNovo, a passionate leader and innovator dedicated to advancing medical technology that improves patient outcome and disrupts the healthcare industry. A former EMT and firefighter, Dan combines unique perspectives with expertise in developing, commercializing, and adapting groundbreaking medical technologies. He is committed to promoting high-end performing teams and creative problem solving. Let's give it up for Dan. All right, David Hirschfield, where are you? There you are. All right, he is the CEO of Fidesco, is a transformational performance-driven executive with proven success. Let's welcome him up. Did I say it correctly this time? That's okay. Congratulations, and would you like to say anything?
Just thank you.
All right, congratulations. All right, next we have Melina Taylor. Is Melina in here? Hi, Melina. Come on up. Melina serves as an IT director at Hopeland Foundation in San Francisco with 20 years in technology and a strong focus in cybersecurity. She combines technical expertise with a passion There we go. All right. So is Phyllis Ellen in here? Let's welcome Phyllis up. Phyllis is the CEO of Knowledge Preservation with 30 plus years of senior leadership in information governance. She has led consulting projects in higher education, financial services, manufacturing, healthcare, and the public sector. Phyllis has taught at Simmons College and Suffolk University. She has received 2 IAOTP awards and co-authored 4 informational governance books. Let's welcome her up and congratulate her. Congratulations. Would you want to say something? All right, take it away.
I never wasted an opportunity to say thank you. I feel really wonderful about this, and I've won a lot of industry-specific awards, but never anything like this, so I just thank you so much, and it's been a really nice conference, and I really appreciate everything. Thank you all.
All right, so up next we have Ross Pappas. Pappas, hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Ross, is he in here? Oh, should I go on? All right, so our next one is Barry. Nope. Barry Richardson. Making sure I didn't forget anybody. Barry in here? No Barry? All right. How about Mahid Merchant? No? All right. Wow. A huge congratulations to all of our honorees. Your dedication and impact prove what's possible when bold ideas meet action. Let's give them another well-deserved round of applause. Oh, of course. Come on up. No, you're good. I'll set aside. You gotta get your picture in. Congratulations again. And just like that, we've arrived at the final session of day 1 at the FUELD Conference USA 2025. But before we officially wrap up, take a moment to reflect, reconnect, and keep those conversations flowing. Today has been a whirlwind of insights from reimagining personal branding and marketing strategies to envisioning the future of sustainable cities. But beyond the sessions, it's the connections, collaborations, and shared ideas that truly made today special. A huge shout out to our gold and lanyard sponsor, Stack App AI, and our bronze sponsor. Your support plays a virtual role in driving our mission forward. We truly appreciate it. Before you head out, make sure to visit the 2.0 Conferences exhibition booth to get a sneak peek at what's coming up for our 2025 edition in Dubai and our 2026 Singapore and USA editions. Jatin Sinhu is here to answer any questions you may have and help you explore exciting networking and learning opportunities. Tomorrow brings another packed day of engaging discussions and fresh perspectives, so recharge and get ready to dive back in with even more curiosity and energy. And if you haven't yet, don't miss the chance to check out the exhibit booths upstairs for a glimpse into the latest in tech and marketing. Thank you all for making day 1 a phenomenal success. Have a great evening, and I'll see you bright and early for day 2 at the FUELD Conference. Good night, everybody. Thank you.